Absolutely stupendous. Thank you, Anne, for 55 months. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Big ups to everyone in the chat. Big ups.
It's the linchpin, lynching, anti-engine, bit by bit, chomping at the bit. My shots hit accurate, a profit, passionate for profit, cashing in, that's the shit. Lyrical laxative, running off after, never relax when lashing, different than the last one. So let's see, chocolate dip, nuts, I'm Nestle, milk, word wrestling, federation built. Y'all are complacent, still display some skill. My word placement, first place it, not a verse basic. My complex is complex, balance in check, no comment with comparable talents as yet. There's always a verse, yet there's always a verse, and always it hurts, so they always disperse. Tails tucked, who, why, when, where, what, and how. Sorry, but not with that style. I'm fond of fondling these tactless tactile cats until they tapped out. Put that down, cause I put that down. Yeah, I do that there, while you act scared. Talking about who that there, I knock 'em out. If you ain't ship shape, keep your shit shut. For my shift shape, leave the shit shut. Closed up, sucker, get your clothes up. You hold down, what's a hold up, huh?
Something you do when you're fire resistant. An ion intrinsic, instantaneous to lenses. Diablo, domino effect, wobble, stumble. Trying to follow, ask Paulo, Dumbo. Need a model? Todule, salt, silicone, reverberate with real tones. Feel it home till it hurt deep in your bones. I mean, really drill it home till you're in the zone.
We put in the work to make your body jerk. We won't shirk the duty of making you shake the gluteus maximus. Yeah, that's what's up. The music is moving, you need to be catching up. Classical massacres occurs in a flash of blur.
Dude, yeah, OG Dell is fucking legit.
Gentlemen, when I hit him up with agile style venom and changed the game like two waves did pages. And Tupac did before the plagiarists came. Swore twing around, we not horsing. I'ma do mine, you do your thing. Hieroglyphics is monolithic.
I did a bunch of connections, but a couple didn't click yesterday. Maybe today will be better. I think I'll try to do the connections today, the custom connections. Although I will say, I think I'm coming down with a sickness. But I don't think this sickness is going to put me down. So I'm just going to muscle through it.
Something you do when you're fire resistant. An ion intrinsic, instantaneous Centennials of lenses. Diablo, domino effect, wobble, stumble. Trying to follow, ask Paulo, Dumbo. Need a model?
Take care of your body. Oh no, I'm taking care of me body. I'll probably go for a hardcore run, increase my body temperature after stream to really put this sickness in its place. If it is that. Oh yeah. Take care of your body? You mean go for a run? Yeah. I'll be taking care of it. Another good song. Dude, the playlist is going hard today. No, Many Fortunes. The goal today is to spike my cortisol because it's completely normal and natural. Anything that's normal and natural is good for you. I think I'll do more Alien Isolation, Franny. I haven't forgotten about it. I just don't know how much longer I have. So I just don't want to do it. I don't want to waste it, you know, on a stream. Oh, Doodle Burb, good to see you. You're snowed in? Well, you know what? That's kind of cool. I'm going to be honest. It's kind of cool sometimes to get snowed in, because it's cozy. Think of the positive.
Such a hustle, all the hands in your pie, swallow all of it, wash it down with pride, send the shivers up and down their spine, save the pulp, Save the bone, macerated down to the bone. Almost hate it, but I know that you don't. Caught in waves of headless spinning, bed on red, but black keeps hitting. Bob your head till the beat comes. Red Corvette and lithium. Long winter, you went south. There's no way to go back now. Bob your head till the beat comes. Red Corvette and lithium. Long winter, you went south.
What the fuck is going on?
Go back now.
You missed Naruto? Naruto was in here? Oh, Naruto OST. Oh, yeah, that would have been here. I did add that. After Anissa put me on a Naruto, I was like, okay. Some of the little songs they got in here are pretty good. Joe Rogan to the left. Fucking nut up or shut up. Biatch. You know what's... Okay, so... Newsflash, I'm not a woman, so I don't know what it feels like necessarily to be on the receiving end of the B word with such vitriol, especially when someone means it. But I gotta say, there was a period during like high school where people were saying biatch instead of bitch. And I'm gonna be honest, that shit almost feels worse than bitch to me and my little sensitivities. Because it feels cringe. It feels like someone who's cringe is calling you the B word. I was Googling Silent Hill Dose because I've never heard of it. I'm realizing you just meant Silent Hill 2. You never said that? Biatch? God, I've said biatch before. It's just, you know. It's cringe. Boruto was doo-doo for the first half, but it's been getting better. That's so rare. Usually if something's doo-doo, it just keeps getting more doo-doo. As female presenting, it's all in the way they say it. I can't say I've been particularly sensitive to the word, but it can really hurt in the right context. Totally. It's super contextual. Like if someone really like wants to hurt you with it, like that really comes through. Yo, what up, Drain Gang? Great to see you. Great to see you. What timing? What timing? Oh, I might have to... Man, I think... Okay, hold up. I need to put this dog outside. I'm going to be a little bit more late. The dog is just, you know... It's going through cancer, guys. It needs to pee out of its ass.
Fuck it.
Okay. I'm back. Don't ruffle my feathers. I'm being patriotic today, guys. I'm feeling my patriotism because all of my fellow Americans are getting their, well, they're literally getting killed, so I gotta show it off. Thank you so much. Today I will be idle playing Baldur's Gate 3 myself, only to enjoy the delightful audio of Ian getting spooked. We'll see. Yeah. That's all. I will say, I was just taking Fiona out to poop. Do you guys have this experience with your pets? Merlin will whine incessantly if he needs to pee, but he never complains about going outside to poop. You'll never hear a word of him when it comes to poop. And Fiona's the opposite. When she needs to poop, it's like, oh, I have shit in my pants. Please help me. And she never does that for peeing. Very annoying. I'm like, I need to know what you want. What you deal with. I want that hat so bad. It's pretty good. I will say there was a barista who, like, he was suspicious of my hat because he was like, well, he gave the vibe of suspicion. It was in Seattle, and it was one of these drive-through coffee places. And he like did a double take at my hat, and he was like, I had a hat just like that. It was basically the same hat. And I was like, oh, awesome. Like, cool. And and I felt like a little weird because there wasn't anything more to it than that. Other than him kind of just like, there wasn't like a where'd you get it kind of thing, but it did freak me out a little bit. I'm like, yeah, I just got it vintage shopping. And he's like, cool. I don't even think he said cool, which is what made me sus about it. It was like, he had nothing more to say after I said where I got it. You think you stole his hat? Yeah. It reminds me of that Viagra Boys song about a lighter. It's a good song. I'll put it on. What was it called? Viagra Boys lighter? I forget the... Oh... You ain't no thief. No, what's it called? Something about a thief, I think. Thief? Ain't no thief. Yeah. By the way, good to see you again, Ga. Oh, what the hell? Something was looking off. I now know.
When you saw what I was wearing, you got real upset and said, that's the jacket that I got from my grandma. Oh, well, I promise I ain't seen you before. And maybe your grandma had bought a couple more. And maybe I helped her at the grocery store.
Is the hat adjustable? It is adjustable, yes. And I will tell you, for my hair, for my head, this is usually, I have to go to the final 2 or 3. In this case, it's 3 for this hat because it's a little big. I have to go to the final 2 or 3. And this is a men's hat. Heads don't come any bigger than men's. Big head pants, okay. But yeah, anyway, it's a good song. Okay, so before we get into today's... Actually, not before. Yes, before. So the plan is We do have custom connections that everyone made. Those are all on the iDubbbz channel on the Discord. I want to go through them. I do want to play them. I think today's a fine day to play them. We can do it now, like over the next, you know, hour or so. But I kind of want to give a chance for maybe some of the late bloomers to come in here. Because I know Gronk, I think Gronk made one, and Gronk is Australian. They usually show up in the stream at like, they're like, it's 5 a.m. here. And it's like, oh, you poor thing. Do it now. You made one, Pubert? I don't know how it works, though. Dude, that's gonna suck ass. I can't imagine completing a connections when someone doesn't know how it works. Because you have to intentionally make certain categories easier. There's a lot to go through already. Okay, we'll do it then. Uma said mine was good, but I'm still self-conscious about it. Oh, well, I'll be the judge of that. I'll be the judge of that. Okay, so we're going to do connections. What else? Oh, I have kind of a capitalism proposal for you guys. A capitalism moment. Thank you so much, Goth Brooks, 420 for the Prime. Also, thank you, Pubert, for the 6 months. Legend. You're not going to get roasted. It's a hoe. I'm going to be honest. Like, I took a look at one of them last night from someone who I don't know if they knew how to do it either, in fairness. They almost had, like, it is basically unsolvable because of how difficult it is or how much they missed the purpose of connections. Like, in connections, you need to actually walk people through it. Like, you need a category that's almost a gimme. Ian looking like a Kyle? No, I'll show you Ian looking like a Kyle. Yeah, now I'm a Kyle. Mine's certainly solvable. I think with the connections, it's better to be easier, err on the side of ease, rather than err on the side of difficult. Where's the Monster Energy? Dude. I should actually get a fridge in the background, a mini fridge, like Ninja and all the other streamers. Oh, yeah, and fill it with, what's the one? White Monster? A lot of people are big fans of White Monster. Okay, you're distracting me. Shut up. You're spiking my cortisol. Okay, this is a good challenge. I need to persist through the spike in cortisol. Capitalism suggestion. Okay, I don't know how true this is. I want everyone to pay attention and tell me whether I'm full of shit or not. Imagine that I try. How about this? Try to spike my cortisol, and I will try to maintain a level head and not get my cortisol spiked. Okay? I think that's a good challenge for everyone. So, we heard ages ago my suggestion for improving cars on the road, and that suggestion was a light on like the top of the car or something that gave an indication when the brake was being pressed. So brake lights, but for visible 360 degrees around the car. Even more ideal than that, yeah, it's a brake light. But it's a brake light for people who aren't just behind you. A brake light for people who are in front of you, for pedestrians to kind of get an idea if you're braking or not. Honestly, one of my best ideas ever. Okay, not to toot my own horn. I don't think people understand the benefit of that. Even in the world where we have autonomous cars and all the cars are perfect, still having brake lights, an indication that a car traveling very fast is slowing down, is useful. What about an LED strip light that goes around your whole car? Yes, that's also good, Demaro. I feel like on top will be the cheapest way of doing it, though. What about the blind? Oh, my God. Okay, you guys are spiking my cortisol very effectively. We're not talking about the blind. The blind are not relevant in my scenario, okay? They're not relevant. Not everything's for the blind. Sorry. All right, let's get into it. New idea that goes along with the brake light that everyone can see. A little, an indication. It could be a strip around the car. It could be something on the top of the car. But what it is, either one of two things. Either it indicates how long your car has been on for, right? Or it gives an indication of how long, how many miles or kilometers you've been driving. Okay, and this is less important than the 360-degree brake light. But what I think it would do, I think there's a... Why? Shut up, I'm getting to it. Part of the reason... Oh my gosh, you guys are fucking... Oh man, for the blind, I don't get it. Okay. The reason that you would do this is because I think... What is that one theory that someone has? Some, like, great philosopher says that all the woes of the world are due to the lack of words that we have to communicate effectively or whatever. The reason that you would display the time or the miles driven is so that when you are interfacing with other cars on the road and you have to make a decision on whether to let someone into your lane or not or whatever, you can make it with a little bit more sound judgment. For instance, if you're just getting your day started and you've been on the road for 1 minute and 30 seconds, I want someone on the highway to basically be able to say, you're a newbie. You haven't been on the, you're just getting started, okay? Therefore, I'm not giving you the right of way. I'm not allowing you in the zipper merge, okay? Also, if you see someone who's doing their 3-hour commute, Ian needs criteria to have empathy. If you see someone doing their 3-hour commute, you can be like, oh shit, you're the king of the road, brother. You're king of the road. I'm letting you in. You know what I mean? Like, you want to be able to, like, judge whether someone is on their last leg or not. You know what I mean? Like, welcome to the Anthony Henday Battle Dome. This is a very California thought process. Okay, it is. It is. But you got to understand that I don't think it's going to change that much. It's kind of like the honk. You know, people have talked about this. They want a less aggressive honk as an option to be like, hey, the light has turned green, rather than the light has turned green, okay? Like, it's to facilitate better communication. Now I'm going to hear you guys' rebuttals on all of this, okay? My UK brain cannot comprehend a 3-hour commute. Some people do it. Like a visual punch card for how long someone's been driving. Drive longer, more merge. Get a free merge. Yes, exactly. Okay. We got some people getting it. Ian's driving rules: 1, don't be blind. 2, have seniority or else, basically. That's actually not unreasonable. Yeah, if you're driving, please don't be blind. Is that crazy to say, you woke scolders? 2, have seniority. Yes, be respectful to people who've been on the road for longer than you. What if they're a murderer? Okay, I'm not going to give that the time of day. Can you put your timer on pause if you stop at a rest stop during a long road trip? I don't think the pause is going to be necessary. Like, some people have cars. Like, my car will specifically say, like, your ignition has been on, or like your car has been on for 2 hours, by the way. It'll just tell you, like, as if you didn't know that. So that happens. I think you should stop coming up with ideas. No, I want them to know they're pissing me off. A Japanese announcement style, light turn green, please. Yeah, that would be good. A quick rock, paper, scissors. Open up your dashboard. The winner cuts you over. Cut you over. Max says I almost crashed last night. The ice almost got me. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that, but irrelevant to the point. I'm trying to get my cortisol spiked here. Also, you can honk quite silently just by hitting the wheel softly and repeatedly with the right amount of force. That's true. You can do the little quick. That's what it sounds like if you do it fast. I just want a sticker on the back of someone's car to say they are a new or a senior, please. Yeah, I agree. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, she's got some omega-3s in there.
I've got some omega-3.
Okay, we don't need all this shit.
Omega-3 eggs.
When Fiona gets all hyped up, she licks incessantly. It's not very cute.
Look at what else is. Hold my omegas. Got the mega omegas.
Wow, mega omegas.
Okay. For me.
This is for Anissa. I'm gluten intolerant. Celiac, so I can't have these. Oh! Okay, these ones are gluten-free. Oh man, dude, let me tell you. These damn things are so good. So damn good. Magnum? They make the best freaking condoms, and they make the best freaking raspberries. What are these? Ice cream pops. Like, honestly, this is like the most decadent ice cream thing that you could ever get. Love the flavor. Raspberry with chocolate. Oh. It has this insane, like, inner layer where it's like a suspended raspberry jam shit. Like, before the ice cream. And then it has chocolate in between those. It's crazy.
Ian's the type of person, he never buys anything to treat himself, so I have to buy.
That's true. I don't buy things to treat myself, so she has to treat me.
I have to. Yeah.
Let me honk at the person moving at the green. I deserve it after sitting on the 210 for an hour and a half. It's cathartic. You guys suck. I understand.
But I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
She can't hear you guys. If you're trying to say that I hate blind people, she can't hear you. Default Magnums are my favorite ice cream treat. White people love ice cream in the dead of winter. Is that a white people thing? You could be right. No, not really. Although I did drink an ice cold Diet Coke for breakfast this morning. That feels true. It might be. It feels better to get it brought to you. The thought gives it an amazing flavor. It's true. Okay, what other thoughts do we have? Lizard Shadow Government said, what if we implemented a simple system that could interact with your car so that if the light is green, you get some kind of flashing light on your dash to make sure you notice? And if you're sitting there too long, it shocks you in the penis or something like that? That's a good idea. I think we should have something in our car that's like a little probe that rests near and around the penis, so you get a little shock. Fiona was sniffing and potentially eating out of the new plant pots. I think roads on hills should have giant mirrors so you can see over them. Okay, so that is a great safety measure, and I think a lot of people don't understand how necessary mirrors are for, like, sharp turns and shit. Like, that is insanely useful. Even like a pretty small one that's like, I don't know, dinner plate sized. Like, there's so many plate, and I almost only see them in some parking garages, and then I'll see it on very random, like, one-lane roads in the middle of nowhere. He's pretending he doesn't see the clip, guys. All right, let's find out. Blind are not relevant in my scenario, okay? Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy. Viral.
Right in the middle?
Right in the middle.
That's sick. Our plant, our one of our new plants is thriving already. It's good to know. Okay, I'm gonna listen to this. This seems really evil out of context. Blind are not relevant in my scenario, okay? They're not relevant. Not everything's for the blind. Sorry. All right, let's get into it. All right, let's get into this shit. Sounds like eugenics. Okay, so I gave you guys my idea on that. What else? What else do I have? I told you guys about the dogs. This is not very classed of you. If you don't drive at night with your highs on and you don't shut them off when approaching oncoming traffic or when you're behind another car that could catch the light in the rear view, you should be legally blinded by the state. Okay, I will be honest on that one. I had an experience like this recently. Where I was driving, you know, it's winter. But it was winter and I had like... Your car, you might not know this if you don't live in an area that gets a lot of snow and slush and frost and shit. But with all of the snow and crap on the ground, there becomes like an accumulation of like debris all over your windshield, all over your car basically. And it, even with like some amount of like using the windshield spray and wiping them, it's still very tough to see out of your windshield sometimes. Especially when, I don't know, everything kind of blends in. It also depends on the time of day. But I was driving in the countryside at the 5, 6 o'clock time. So the sun was basically in the middle of going down. It was like sunset time. It was on a range road. That's what I mean when I say countryside. And it was so fucking hard to see. I turned my blinders on. I turned my high beams on. And I didn't turn them shits off. I went a good while. No one was flashing me. No one was like saying to fucking turn them off or anything. I have a suspicion that other people, it's only a suspicion, that other people had them on as well, but I kind of have a hard time differentiating unless I can see the on and off. But it was so hard to see. It felt like the only safe thing to do. That's what they're actually for, though? No? Yeah, it was... It's hard, though, right? Like, there's some conditions where it's like, yeah, your high beams aren't... Your high beams are maybe hurting more people than they are helping you. You know what I mean? The dog is coming. I literally had to Google, should you turn your brights on in fog? Because I knew you shouldn't, but so many people did, I got gaslit into doubting. Yeah, totally. Dude, I feel the same. there's some instance, like, people make it, obviously. I mean, Shadow Lizard government wants the state to blind you if you ever turn your high beams on when you shouldn't. I always turn my brights on in the fog just to confirm that, yeah, that still blinds me. Yeah, a lot of the time you do need to just turn them on to be like, oh, that didn't help at all. Cool. Enough. All right, I'm going to get these, I'm going to get these queued up, these connections. These custom connections. I'm not going to have them labeled, so I don't know who will have made them. If you made them, you'll know the one you made. But I'm not going to put anyone on blast unless they want to be on blast. In which case, you know, say, oh, this one's mine. Oh my gosh, there's so many, dude. Holy smokes. There's like 10 or something. Mine is labeled and titled, so... Oh, right. You're right. No, they are labeled. Some of them are labeled. You don't have to label them. Wow. Okay. I told you if we want to do anything spooky today, we got a lot to go through. Yeah, no, you're right. This will be for the first half of the stream. I like that. And I'll solve them fast, you know. I'm smart. I'm a smart Kyle. My cortisol is not spiked. I'm a smart Kyle. I don't jester max. I think max. I brain max. Okay, time to brain max, boys and girls. I am nervous. I think some of these are going to be really hard. Like this one in particular. Like this one seems like such a fucking... Like... I clicked on this one last night and I was like, I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm actually going to skip this one because it's so... Like, what do you... Who says this? I haven't solved this after hours of starring. Yeah. I do, like... I will say for this one, I was able to get one of the categories, I think, but I think it was just a super random lucky guess. After clicking a bunch. Yeah, way too hard. All right, I'll do this one. This one's called Confused Nature. Here we go. Here we go. And you guys can help, of course. If it's not yours... I mean, also, if it's yours, you can also help. I'm coming back to it, Scribble. It's just like, it's way too much. No, I'll do it now. Fine. Fine. I'll do it. It's very hard, though. What was it? One of these, I think was the hardest one. It ended up being, like, Kirby levels, or, like, different Kirby games. And I was most suspicious of this one because I was like, I got to make sure that none of them are haters. Because, like, this would be such an easy one to, like, if you're a hater, if you're a hate watcher, like, to make a connection that, like, I complete it and it just says, fuck you. Calls me the F slur. Like, I could totally imagine that. No, don't do it? Come on, Scribble. It's a good one. It's just hard. Star. Fuck, I think Clash is part of it. What is this game? Category was just... Ian just got mogged? That's what I mean. Ethan rules, Ian sucks. Island Peak Pine Land. Island Peak Pine and Land. I don't know if that's... No. Alright. You want to keep her in here? Can you put her in a diaper? I think we need that. Yeah. I think there's a fresh one on the dryer washer, or it's hung up. Oh, okay. Okay. Friend Slop was one of them. Okay. Peak. I know that's Friend Slop. What else is Friend Slop? They're names of games that go together. I'm not good with games, especially indie games that have come out that are Friend Slop. I'm going to need your guys' help on this one. I feel like Traders would be the name of a Friend Slop game. Company and Clash? No. Lethal Company. Oh. Peak, Traders, Lethal Company, and... Twitch username. That one's good. Yeah. That works. Okay. So Lethal Company, Peak, Traders. Is there another one? I feel like an indie game named Island is something. Headliners. One away. Okay, Peak, Traders, Company, Headliners. One of these is wrong. So Traders is wrong. So it would be Sister. You made it so... I actually think it would be a lot easier if Kitchen. Headliners is a spooky game where was a game where you film spooky things together. I think I've seen that. I think Scribble made it intentionally harder by basically not including additional words. Clash Royale is a phone game. I don't know that it's Friend Slop, though. Are they all about your content or just general? I think some of them are specific, some of them are general. Obesity, Possum Pine, Sister Bliss. Oh. Okay, wait a minute. I gotta finish this one, though. I'm one away. I'm just gonna spam it. No, we did Traders. I can't get it mixed up with the Kirby one that I accidentally got. I'll do Sister. Company, Star, Bar. All right, go Clash. Clash was not it. I'm pretty sure Clash is the Kirby one. What is this game? Pine? No. It's not Clash of Clans. Clash is Kirby, yes. Kitchen? Kitchen might be a good one. No. Fuck, dude. I will say, this is probably going to end up being the hardest one. We Pine City and Sister? I'll do it. City, Pine, Sister, and we? Chatter usernames. Nice. That's a good one. Okay. The Sister is the one that kind of put me onto it. I'm like, that sounds familiar. Also Pine a little bit as well. City, not so much, because with your name, I always interpret it as an S. Okay, what else? I will try to do the Kirby one. Kirby Clash, Kirby Island, Kirby Land, Kirby Buffet. One away. Clash, Island, Buffet, and Kirby Headliner. Kirby Star. Kirby Kitchen. Wait, that was wrong. Wait, so one of these is maybe kitchen and buffet? God damn it. No, they wouldn't do Kirby Kitchen and buffet. It's not island? Okay, thank you. Kirby Land. Okay. Buffet dude, that is way too hard. Okay. A Lethal Company, Peak. Traders and Bar. Traders Company, Peak, and Head Bar. What is the other one? Peak Bar Company Headliner? Oh, Headline. Peak Company Bar Headliner. Friend Slop. Thank you. Okay. So what is this final one? Kitchen, Island, Traders, Site. It sounds like a 90-Day Fiance or like a what do you call it? Love Island type, like props on Love Island. There's a kitchen. They're traders. They use their site. Yes. Reality shows. Love Island, Love Kitchen, Love at First Sight. Oh, reality TV? Reality TV shows. Oh, man. Yeah, you made all this harder with singular words. Kitchen, like, that's fucked up. That is so fucked. This is... Even with all the help. All right. Well, thank you, Scribble. That was fun. And it was communal. I know. They could go together. It makes sense. Okay. Mango and pineapple and kiwi and guava are all tropical fruit. One away. Okay, you fucked me with this one. Kiwi also has multiple definitions. I'm going to go with coconut for this because coconut... Kiwi is like New Zealanders, right? Tropical foods. Thank you. Cricket and butterflies, those are insects. Locust. Oh, this is a certain type of insect, maybe. Kakapo, that's an animal, I'm pretty sure. Ooh, birds. Bird of paradise. Ooh, these might be flowers as well. Plants. Why the fuck would Mormon be in here? Mormon is triggering. Birds? Okay. Oh, kiwi's a bird too. Okay. Macaw. Cramp. A cramp or a pang could both be a bird. I'm going to go with pang. No. I got to be smart with this. Growl. Cramp. Growl and cramp feel like they're in the same category. I don't know why. Mormon. Mormon paradise. There's a bird of paradise is a plant. Bird of. That could be irrelevant. Cricket is a bird. Cricket is a bird. Okay, well, it's not counting as a bird in this case. Growl, cramp, butterflies, pang. Oh, things that affect your fucking stomach. I could have come up with that. A pang. A growl. What else? Butterflies in the stomach. That is so good. That's like perfect connection. Perfect connection. In your stomach. It's in your stomach. Mormon paradise. Wait. No, I'm thinking Amish paradise. I was thinking like Weird Al songs or something. What else do we got? We've done the blue, so we got a green in here. It should be easy. Locust. cricket. Oh, that's weird. The purple one's going to be weird. Macaw. Kakapo. Kiwi. Island tropical birds type shit. I'll just do paradise. Paradise is a bird? Oh, that's cheating. I don't like that one. I don't think there's a bird named fucking... Wait. Maybe it's spelled differently. I'm looking that up. It is a bird. They're legit birds. Okay. Wilson's bird of paradise. I only knew of the plant. Fuck. That's good. Google Andy. I just need to make sure that no one's cheating, okay? Okay, cricket, locust, grass, and Mormon. What do these have in common? Oh, if this is an ex-Mormon who did this, ex-Mormons have the worst things to say about Mormons. And this could be like a hidden slight. Oh, wait. I know there's a fucking Jerusalem cricket. That's kind of like... like biblical. Oh, these are all biblical memes. Oh, wait. A Mormon cricket? Is that... Wait. Okay. So, yeah. They're just fucking different types of whatever genus locusts are. I'm going to assume hoppers and crickets. Okay, I've never heard of a Mormon hopper or a Mormon cricket. I like abbreviating them as hoppers. You're so creative, twin. Not me. What up, El Quickie? Can you please show them a Mormon cricket? I can, yeah. Wait, is this Mormon cricket? Oh, shit. Oh, these things are nasty. Yeah. Fuck that. They're big. Oh, wait. No. Why are they calling... Because I always called these potato bugs. These have so many different names, these guys. That's not... I don't think... Or do they turn into that later? These things are in the dirt, and they're nasty, and they make weird-ass noises. If I could choose an animal to be removed from the planet, these are the ones. No, not that guy, the fat green one. This guy. Oh, Mormon cricket. I see. Yeah. That's crazy looking. He's Mormon? He soaks? This guy literally soaks. I wonder if that's why... I wonder if that's why they call them Mormon crickets. Is because they witnessed them soaking? And they were like, we only know one culture that does this. All right. Well, that was a good one. That was a good one. Thank you so much. Bazinga, but in Spanish. That's the name of this one? Oh, dude. There's no way I'm going to get this. What is Bazinga, but in... Okay, I'm going to assume this has nothing to do with it. I think this is another impossible one. What are you doing? What are you doing, people? You want me to fucking... Pretty tough, but doable? Okay. Well, thank you, Demero, for confirming it for me. Doing something on a whim is like doing something impulsively, but nothing else is in that category at all. On a whim? Ooh, on a whim. On a high? On a pole? On the spot? God damn it. When it doesn't say one away, I really get depressed. High, heavy... Dude, these are fucking impossible. Depressed, eh? Tap into that. Oh, man. I'm depressed. I'm blue. Everything is heavy. I'm low. Maybe not heavy. I'm down. I'm feeling down. Something. Blue, low, down. These are all great. Maybe heavy. Words to describe depressed mood. Yes! Okay. Alumni. Wait. Color. Color spelled with a U. British. Things this chat knows well for 100. I love that. British. I know that. That's British. By the way, I discovered all of the what are they called? All of the nations that spell I don't know. Everyone who loves the queen and all that shit. Everyone who loves the monarchy. Let me just say, there is a connection between you and I. Unlike a lot of Americans. Apparently Americans spell gray with an A a lot of the time. I spell it with an E because that's how it's spelled. Just letting you know. Everything is crickets? What does that mean? Okay. Whimsy. Spotty. Happy? No. My old band was called Gray for Days. The Struggle? Yeah. Alumni. Alumni is a weird word. Weird words for 100, please. Anime, color, and alumni. I'm going to go with weird words for 100. Whim. Whim would also be a weird word for 100. Dude, what the fuck? Words that end with a pronoun? I'm, our, me, and I. That is insane. Dude, what a cool category. That is weird. Oh, it's your, I see. Right. That wouldn't be right with pronoun. I would have never gotten that. Sometimes you just got to be a little stupid, and then you get the right answer. I was like, these are weird words. These words don't make any fucking sense to me. All right. Head, I was thinking like, oh, wait. Thin green spot. What would you do with a thin green spot? What up, Ragdoll? Good to see ya. It's going well. We're solving connections made by chatters. We're going to take over the New York Times. We are better. I agree. I don't know why half and head go together. High, a head high, thin, a thin pole. What goes together? Oh, maybe thing, well, heel. Still laughing about that. It is really a good one. Can't believe they gave He-Man pronouns. Spot on, head on. Oh, yeah, spot on, head on. Pole on, thin on, feel on, green on, high on, half on. Not quite. Head start. No. Half-hearted. Green.
Just give me the light. Just give me the light.
Just give me the light. Sean Paul. Yo, yo.
Sean DePaul. Did he say just... Oh, give me the light. Light. Limelight. Green light. Green light. Headlight. Spotlight. Highlight. Oh, my God. Words that precede light. Half, feel, thin, and pull. That was a good one. Dude. That is so good. Holy smokes. Okay. That was... I will say, these, what we've been doing so far, just for the record, these are way harder than connections. Because connections, almost every time, they would make something like this a purple one. Or maybe, who knows? You guys probably didn't give a shit to make that like a purple category. But this is really, I think this is upping the levels for sure. Okay, pole, dancing, thin dancing, no. Half elf, feel elf to thin, feel half pole. All of these feel like something that you would do if you're like cooking. You half an ingredient. You could feel an ingredient. Cooking based on feeling. You would need to thin the pancake batter if it's too thick. And then you need to pole dance in your kitchen because you're dirty. Poles feel thin half the time. Oh, like Polish. I see. Cute. Pole dancing. What up, Trash Can Paul? Thin. Anyway, I'm going to send it. Let's figure out what it is. Parts of the leg with the first letter switched. Heel, calf, hole. Oh, sole and shin. Dude, that is ban-worthy. That is ban-worthy. That is disgusting. I'm glad I didn't even try. Well, I did try. I'm glad I didn't give it any more time. Fuck that. This is connections at its worst, by the way. Okay. This is Pubert's. I think Pubert just sent this one. I think they said, like, I don't even know how connections works, so good luck. Dude. We got Pine again. Let's be stupid with this one, right? Like animals, crab, sheep. Oh my God, no. Okay, there's no animals. Oh, Gary, Larry, Pearl. These are SpongeBob, and maybe crab. SpongeBob. Oh, one away. Larry, Pearl, Gary, and crab. That's what I had. Is there a character named Rose on SpongeBob? Frank, movie, tent, sheep. Because it's not quite right. Because these are names. These three are names. Crab isn't a name. Well, Mr. Crab is. Frank? Rose and Frank are names. That's not really Larry. There's only one R there. Unless they're doing a homophone thing. Let's do Rose. Okay, that wasn't one away. So Larry is part of it. Mr. Krabs. Who's Pearl? Pearl is the, Oh, Rose is the grandma? Okay, I'm getting rid of Crab and going for Rose. It's still one away. So, what does that mean? Frank? SpongeBob? What the hell? What the hell? Who the fuck is Frank in SpongeBob? Does anyone who know who Frank is? Google him? Okay. Let's figure out who the fuck Frank is. We're learning things. Oh, he's the my leg guy. No, his name's Fred. No, his name's Frank. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. That was actually a good one because it makes sense that Crab wasn't the name of one of them, and I was just using it. Okay, Pubert, you're actually much better at this than I... You weren't giving yourself enough credit for this, I think. We'll see where it goes. Twist. Tent. What the hell? Baby Pine. Pine is now making me think of chatters now, which is pissing me off. Could there be chatters in here? Music Crab. Tent Mountain Pine Paul. Tent Mountain Pine and Paul. You really think so? No. Not even close. Mountain Pine Rose Tent. Mountain Pine and then Rose. I don't think you guys are right. No, you guys aren't even getting one. Man, I gotta stop listening to chat because you're not. Oh, Pineapple Menace. Right. Movie, music. Dude, this one's hard, man. I don't... Because I can't rely on it having the... what do you call it? Hubert and Scribs are close. Let me see. Movie, Mountain, Sheep, and Tent. Brokeback Mountain. Oh, dude, Brokeback Mountain for sure. Okay, what is the Brokeback Mountain connection? Mountain, Tent for sure. Is there a twist in Brokeback Mountain? Pine? One away. Mountain, Pine, Tent, and movie. Fuck, that was wrong. Okay, I think the twist is correct. Pine might not be correct. Because Mountain's in Brokeback. Do they do... Oh, Paul is maybe a character in Brokeback? Jack Paul? Oh, dude, I'm messing this up. Maybe not Sheep. Sheep aren't in Brokeback. Do Sheep? What the fuck? I keep getting one away. What am I getting wrong? Not Paul? Okay, Sheep and Twist. Brokeback Mountain. Dude, is there Sheep in Twist? Jack Twist is a character. Okay. And then... Okay. Oh, Brokeback Mountain. That would have been useful. That would have. They heard Sheep. That's how they met. I gotta watch that. That's been one of those movies that I think is aged really well. Okay. Crab, Paul. Hey, Paul, check this out, Paul. Wah, wah, wah. Submissions are currently closed, Jackery. My apologies. We will do it again, though, because this is fun. Custard goes inside of things. Custard. Dude, this is so generic. All of these. I feel like Baby and Rose go together. Wait! I feel like there's a baby. I feel like these are characters from like a movie or like a TV show like Lost or something. Crab, music, pine, things that go with apple. Crab, apple, pine, apple. Custard, apple. Music, Apple Music. Not Apple Music, that's stupid. Baby apple, is that something? Yeah, I'm getting this one wrong. I don't know what a rose apple, is that a thing? This dog has an April in his melt. What the fuck? I get crab apple. I get custard apple. I get pineapple. Rose apple? I don't know what any of that means. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Google it. Rose apple. Rose apple. Okay, well, that is a thing. I'll give you that. Now I'll Google. This dog has an April in its... Oh, okay. I think it's a... Dude, what the fuck? I think I've seen this. Okay, wait a minute.
This dog... this...
I think this is AI, by the way. This one might be AI.
Dog... this dog is holding an April in its mouth.
Okay, I didn't need the coughing, but I like that. This dog's holding an April. That's a little bone apple teeth type deal. Okay, movie, music, baby, and Paul. It's like Paul is probably the little alien at the end of a movie that says, "Hi, I'm Paul." That's probably, or was it an alien? No, I'm getting that mixed up. Jimmy Neutron. Movie and music, Baby and Paul. Baby Driver, I don't know. I'm going to say movie and music and Baby. The monkey with 3 eyes. I'm submitting it. I don't even have a guess. Hubert Core? Okay. Wait a minute. No, I'm not. That is hard. It's good you put that in the hard category, Pubert. But I'm going to say I would have associated Paul with it. That's good. Movie, music, and baby, though, those are way too generic. That's like, you know. That's like saying travel. Like, hey, I'm a big travel guy. For like iDubbbz core, you'd have to put it in there like pickles and being a cop and shit like that. That was a good one, though. I'll take that. All right. This one's Sister Bliss. Wish me luck. Okay. Some of these are really good already. I'm liking the words. Berlin. That rhymes with Merlin. These are locations. Chicago, Nazareth, Berlin, Boston. That seems way too easy, though. Berlin and Boston is just reminding me of our damn dog, Merlin. Because he's a Boston Terrier, and sometimes we call him Berlin. But you wouldn't know that. Maybe you would. I'm going to send it. Bands with cities in the name. Okay. I'm glad I sent it. Chicago I'm familiar with. I'm not familiar with Nazareth, the band. Or Berlin. That's good, though. It's good. That should be green. Our community wallet's empty. All right. We have to just beg people then to fill it back up. Let's go... Hold deck, bow, stern. Oh, I shouldn't have looked at chat. I would have gotten that. Hold deck, bow, and stern. Yeah, that's all boat locations. Parts of a ship. Baby driver. Bake. Scary movie. High protein. Gain. Dude, people love putting baby in there. The ones that we've seen the most of is pine and baby, I think, so far. Sporty. Oh, different spices. Baby spice, sporty spice, posh spice. Is there a scary spice? Spice Girl members. Okay, that felt good. I'm glad I got that one. Wear, bake, high, and gain. So this one's purple. Homophones. Not homophones. Wear. Bake. High, gain. Dude, this is going to be some shit like words that the gay community uses or something. And I'm like not even going to be aware of like beautiful. Bake, shake and bake. Gain is like a I want to say that that's a laundry detergent or something. Loosely associated with wear. To bake. It's not their actual names, chat. It was a tabloid, hence the racism. Oh. Oh. Really? I didn't know that. Yeah, because Scary Spice didn't seem accurate. 4-letter words tell me I'm wrong. All right, let's see it. 4-letter words. Words from rhyming expressions. Rhyming expressions? Oh, shake and bake or wake and bake. Yeah, shake and bake, high and dry, no pain, no gain. And what is the wear? Wear and tear. Dude, that is good. That is achievable if you're smart. I think that one's probably one of the better purples that we've gotten. That one's really good. I'm not smart enough to come up with that. Or to solve that, though. I will say. Okay, Pop is a band. I feel like Rain is also maybe a punk band. God damn it. I'm not going to get this. Cold shoulder, cold snap. Cold feet. Cold dead cold. Cold storage. Okay. Oh, thank you, Moonchild, for fucking upping the bits. Hell yeah. Legend. Okay. We got that. Jordan Peterson. Jordan. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Fiddle. Fiddle's so... Wait. Clam. I like how you did it just like, what do you call it? I like how you've called it grobby connections. We're gonna have to send this to Mudfoot, or tell Mudfoot that it's in the that they missed it, and that it's can be found in the VOD. That last one should be Victory Royale. I agree. The last one gets a Victory Royale. That was a legend. Legendary. Purple Rain. Oh, that's a good idea. Purple Rain. Purple. No. No. Clam, Band, Peterson, and Pop. Oh, things from Canada. Wait. Jordan Peterson. Pop. I don't know if clam is... Are clams from Canada? They could be. Was the fiddle invented in Canada? Hot Red New Pup is my new band name. Ugly. Ugly was invented in Canada. Okay, it was one away. So we were on to something with clam. It's just not ugly. Oh, wait, no. We were onto something with that. With ugly. No, 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 no. I'm getting this wrong. Fiddlesticks, rain sticks, ugly sticks. Crab. Oh, no. I was going to say crab sticks. There's no clam sticks. Is rain stick a thing? Fiddlesticks, rain sticks, ugly stick, hot stick, new stick, pop stick, band stick, clam stick. I don't think that's right. Hot stick? You guys are tripping. Not even close. Fiddlesticks? One away. Okay, so I think it is. So fiddlesticks 100% would be the connection. Ugly stick, that's absolutely a type of stick. Rain stick? I don't think that that's a thing. Band stick? Is that... Rain stick works? Red stick like from a dog? You're disgusting. Clam stick is what I call my schlong. Bread? This is dread. Dread stick? Rain stick is like a big piece of wood with little beads in them that makes the sound of rain. I remember that as a kid. Yeah, the thing you play in third grade rain class. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. I love that thing. That sounds so beautiful. Ugly Stick is a fishing pole brand. It is when it's spelled with a singular K, no C. Maybe Dread Stick's a thing. No. It didn't say one away. I think Clam Stick is correct. I think one of these other ones is wrong. Weirdly enough. Hot Stick. No. What is going on? I don't know which one I have right or wrong. Okay, I'm going to revisit that. Pup and Peterson are both from Canada. Clam is also from Canada. And Band is from Canada. Hothead, redhead. Okay, so we got one now. Let me see. This is Scribble and Dibble. Oh, okay. Hothead, dreadhead, deadhead, ugly head, redhead. Does that make any sense? Blank head, okay. Ugh. Deadhead, right. That's Grateful Dead fans. Okay. God damn. It's hard. Psychotic, man. I don't have anything to apologize for, and I know you know that. I know you know that because if you had actually seen the clip of me and Anissa watching 90 Day Fiancé, with the context of what we said, you wouldn't be saying any of that. But you can think what you want. The stick thing is still appropriate here. Should we assume it's pup stick? It didn't even say one away with this now. I think the stick thing is wrong. Pup Cup, Bandstand, or whoever said it first. Oh. Oh. Pup Cup? No, that isn't right. That isn't right. I don't think that that's right. A good old fiddlestick won't make them comment stuff like that. Yeah, true. Is Mudfoot here? Oh, Mudfoot, we need you. Let's go. I mean, we could probably just force it at this point, right? Peterson, Pup. I think we had Ugly and Rain. One away. So what is the one away? One away. Still one away. Still one away with those. Oops. I fucking glitched it. Okay, we're spamming. That one's one away as well. Okay, so we just need to switch some things around. I think this... That one isn't one away. I don't think we're going with sticks. Pup, Clam, Rain, Fiddle. Pup, Clam, Rain, and Fiddle. No, that's still one away. Was this made to intentionally fuck me up? It's all good, Ragdoll. I'm hitting you up with a gifted sub. You get you don't have to deal with ads on individual channels if you're subbed. Don't say thanks, gifter. I'm the gifter. Rain. Rain Wilson? No, Pup and Peterson are 100% from Canada. What else is Canadian? Come on now. Band is too general. Ugly's too general. Clam is good. That's good. And Fiddle. That should be it. Bullshit. Things that, something to do with the ocean? Yo, what up, Scully? Good to see ya. There's a Canadian band called The Band? Really? So, it's those three, and then we do Clam. So, it's those three, and then we do Fiddle. So, it's those three, and then we do Ugly. Oh my God. Coyote Band? Coyote Peterson, I know that one. Coyote Pup? Coyote Ugly. Okay, so let me just say. I'm deleting System 32 as we speak. Okay. Coyote Urine would have been fine. If Urine was in one of these, I think we could have gotten it. I think part of the problem is the fill in the blank ones are good, But you got to know that that's what you're dealing with. To not know that you're dealing with that, I'm going to assume this last one is also a fill in the blank, okay? So we were already doing sticks for these, okay? But new stick doesn't make any fucking sense. But what else is fiddle going to be? Different types of sticks? I don't think so. But what else goes with fiddle? I mean, if they did Coyote Band, Coyote Pup as well, like, unless that's a thing. Fiddler on the Roof. New Kid on the Block. Clam on the Half Shell. Rain on the Wilson. Okay, that's what I'm saying it is. Different sayings. Subjects of positive idioms. Dude, I was actually close. In a way, in a weird kind of way. Fit as a fiddle, right as rain, good as new. Happy as a clam. That one's fucked up, dude. No. This was way too hard. Oddly close? Yeah, I don't think any of the guesses I had were correct. I said Fiddler on the Roof, and then I said something about Rainn Wilson. And then I said Clam on the Half Shell. And then I said New Kid on the Block. That should have absolutely been purple. Yeah, I agree. Look at all of our guesses. Is there a pattern there? Fuck that. Mudfoot, you're a cancer on this earth. Pain in the brain? Yeah, I kind of like pain in the brain. I like pain in the membrane. Okay, this one's called Eagle Screech. Wish me luck. For continuity, mine is super easy. Okay, let's see here. Monroe, Biden, Cleveland, and Madison. These are all Democratic. Oh my gosh. These are... Okay, we got so many people. Okay, this person... Okay. Zarbo. Oh, man. Fillmore's also... Okay, we got so many goddamn old fuckers. Old white fuckers. Put a bullet in me. Joe Schmo. Joe Camel. Joe Biden. Oh, dude, you're good. You are good. Is there Joe Jackson? Probably. One of the Jackson 5? No. Joe Lincoln, Joe Public, Joe Alligator. Who the fuck is Joe? Joe Fillmore? I already did Joe Jackson. Joe Public. Okay, I've never heard of Joe Public. That was sick. That was perfect, okay? That was perfect level of difficulty on that one. Bison, beaver, and black bear. And alligator. These are all animals endemic to the U.S., to North America. I basically got that right. I just used a fancier word. Is endemic the right word? I think I just made that up. Define endemic. It's of a disease. Of a plant or animal that's native or restricted to a certain place. Totally endemic. Someone just said Arthur as like a TV show. I think you're right. Arthur, Cleveland, Garfield, and Quagmire. These are all cartoons. Cartoon characters named for presidents. Oh, I didn't even know that. Dude, that's so good. This one could absolutely be on the New York Times. 100%. Monroe, Jackson, Lincoln, and Madison. What are all they known for? These presidents? Oh, this is the easiest one. It's just gonna be presidents' last names. That's it. Oh, city's named after president. Oh, I'm so stupid. That's true. Okay, let me see if I know where these places are. Jackson, Mississippi, Lincoln, Nebraska, Madison, Wisconsin, and Monroe, Montgomery. No, Montgomery's not a fucking state. What am I saying? Monroe, Louisiana? Okay, thank you, guys. Dude, that was sick. Great job. Scarbo, you get a victory royale for that. Zarbo. That's... Oh, Idaho. I get you, Girthy Quaker. There's probably a lot of Monroes, to be honest. Okay. This one doesn't have a name. This one looks like it'll be easier, I think. But as I'm looking at shit, it's getting harder and harder. Eel testicles? How many things could that possibly go with? Wetsuit? Things that are in the water? Snorkel? Flippers? Goggles? Wait, what the fuck? Oops. I think I got to get rid of eel testicles in favor of goggles. Things that help you swim underwater. Okay, awesome. That one I would say would be in the green or yellow category, though. That's a good guess, Yogi Wan. Relished, loved, savored, and appreciated. To enjoy something. Okay, awesome. Digested, retained, grasped, and learnt. Another way to say that you understand something. To get the hang of something. Oh, dude, that's sick. Dreams, trauma, eel testicles, and discontent. Dude, I don't fucking know. Things that you mull over in your dream. The scariest things you experience in a state of euphoria. What you think about. What happens when you take too many mushrooms. Nightmare-associated things. Things that Sigmund Freud researched. Wow. Okay, I think this is another victory royale. Congrats to whoever made this one. That was awesome. It's educational. It was maybe a little too easy. The last one, like, that sort of fell into place, but I had no idea that Freud researched eel testicles. Yeah, you guys are great at this. All right. Oh my gosh, this is the iDubbbz challenge. This one's gonna be easy. All right. Okay. Man, this one's legit. Let's start with Baby in Yellow. Terrifying things. Anti-Semitism, Baby in Yellow. Although that's anti-Semitic. Alien Isolation. I gotta take anti-Semitic off of that. Visage. Cum Investigator. This one is that one game where you clean up cum off of a space station. iDubbbz Gaming. Hell yeah. I knew that one. Things that come out of your body. Piss, poop, piddle, and tinkle. Oh, wait. No. Get rid of poop. Go with wee. Urination. All right. Oh, my God. This is getting hard now. I'm going to lump Pedro and anti-Semitic together. Oh, wait. Obesity W. Nice. Okay. Good job, obesity. Pedro, Hassan, poop, and anti-Semitic. What are all of the associations? What the Pedro podcast is addicted to. The Pedro Podcast addiction. Pedo Troll. Yeah. The Pedo Troll addiction. Depressing. That is a depressing one, but it is one of the easiest ones to get. We just saved the best for last. All right, that was an easy one. I kind of liked it for the ease. I'll give you a victory royale for that one. Yeah, we should make more snark connections. All right. Oh, this one should be easy. I like this. Parmesan cheese. Oh, what goes on pizza? Pineapple, pepperoni. Garlic? But I wouldn't put pineapple. I'm smart. Peppers. Fuck, dude. Are they putting pineapple on pizza? Yeah, let's VIP. Let's VIP Zarbo for the excellent connections and the excellent contribution to the community. Okay, no one's putting straight up garlic on their pizza apparently, so I will remove that and just put peppers. Pizza toppings starting with P. Okay. Okay, that's good. I was overthinking that one, or I wasn't thinking hard enough on that one. Wait a minute. Mana? Experience, stamina, and gold. What you would have in the average MMORPG. Common video game resources. Yes. Okay. What the hell is Aber? It looks like it says Amber without the M. Was that a mistyping? No, that's part of the trick here. Because this one just says A. A-W. What would... Ma? No. Sunlight. One of these is easy. It should be easy. Silver. Hair. Hair and garlic are foods. Salt. Ooh, you would put salt and garlic into things. Sunlight imparts some flavor into things. Ooh, I kind of like this as a food-related, like, accoutrement. Oh, no. Okay, you have the answer, you fucker. Okay, let's do this one. Sword, saber, saw, and... What's the other one? Oh, spear.
I think Christian's a vampire! Christian's a vampire!
Ooh, oh, dude, that is so good. Dude, silver... Wait, vampires don't like salt? What the hell? Bladed instruments without an S. That's a good one. That's really good. I have to give credit where credit's due. Counters? Oh, to supernatural beings. No, salt is a counter to snails. Snails aren't supernatural, are they? Are we saying that snails are supernatural? Witches? Salt for witches? Salt for demons? It seems like we're on different pages here. Oh, what's up, Jesse? And ghosts? Should we add snails to the list of supernatural beings? A ring of salt. Oh, no, I have seen Hocus Pocus. You're right. I vaguely remember that. Very vaguely. Okay, that one was also great. We're getting a lot of good ones. We're hitting a good row here. Okay, that's a Jerusalem snail. All right. Okay, this one's hard. I don't like ones that don't have a lot of words because it makes it way harder. Fuck. I, us, he, them. Dude, you're fucking with me. It, that's a movie. Her, I think that's also a movie. I think us might be a movie. And I's probably a movie. One away. So what is it? World War Z? I'm missing something. I think there's Wormwords. Wormwords is sometimes in here. Them? Movies with pronoun titles. Okay, that was a good one. Okay. Knee. Shoulder. Oh, these are joints. Wait. Knee. Shoulder. Heads and toes. Where's the toes? Wait. Head, shoulder, knees, and toes. Knees. Did they really make that a red herring for this? You fucker. There's no toes. They red herringed us. Ja Rule. Jay-Z. Wait. Where am I getting Z? I think I keep seeing this I. My eyeball is interpreting this I as a Z. Lily Allen. Am I making shit up? I think I'm making shit up. I don't think I'm anywhere close to being what this wants from me. All right, and iDubbbz, true. And Beyonce is worth a shot. Something iPad. Ooh, iPad. Oh, wait. Lead and head rhyme. Or lead and heed. iPad? Well, what? Yeah, I mean, we got iPad here, but what else? What else is the pad? Head pad? Oh, lily pad. Knee pad. Shoulder pad. Oh, my God. You guys are good. You guys are good. Run DMC Ja Rule. Come on. I'm getting somewhere with this. I'm forcing it. Indiana Jones. HBIC. Could be Radiohead, true. Could be artists minus their part of their Led Zeppelin minus the A. Rule, run, lead, heed, or head. Oh, true. Dude, that's it. To be in charge, nice. Okay, what's the final one? This, oh man, we gotta get an idea. We should do weekly custom connections with a theme. I think the theme limitation is gonna fuck people up. Hey, iDubbbz, remember Lily Paupin? I vaguely do. I vaguely do, Ragdoll. That is some, like, hella inside joke from way back when, I think. Periodic table, I don't know. I want to put some thought into it. I don't think it could be abbreviations of states. That's usually what I go to with, like, 2 letters like that. Things that she said. He, no, be in. What? What are you guys saying? Wordplay's your favorite, Emily? Okay, we can do another one. We'll open it up after we're done with these ones. It'll be in the iDubbbz channel on the Maximum Damage Discord. Elements? It could be. We'll see. Chemical element symbols. Okay, I wouldn't know any of these. Crazy. Helium, beryllium. I don't know what IN and NO are. Yeah, too smart. Okay, this one's going to be rough. Okay, we got Helen Keller. Fermi. Oh my gosh, we just have nothing but names on this. Okay, there's Fermi's paradox. Are there other paradox kind of things in here? Oh, the water was approved, guys. Wait, let's look.
Rizzler's here.
Oh, the Rizzler. Oh, they're beautiful.
I'll have you know.
The Rizzler.
He was making a bubble nest.
A bubble
in his
nest?
tank,
Oh.
which means that he really is the Rizzler.
Oh,
'Cause
that's
what they do
awesome.
when they make their bubble. That's
When they're rich?
when they date.
Oh, when they date, they make bubble nests?
Yeah.
That's so awesome that the water was good.
Yeah, I'm really happy. They said it was perfect.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So I've been really taking care of the water. He is a half moon placotte galaxy.
Scully says placottes are superior beta.
They are. I did a ton of research. I love that he knew that it was it's a half moon placotte galaxy koi.
Galaxy Koi Half Moon Placotte.
They're for short HMK galaxy.
HMK Galaxy Koi.
He is very healthy. He was the biggest guy there, and the fire that I go to, they keep all of their beta.
Wolfen says, bro looks and sounds like a CSGO knife.
Yeah.
Half Moon Placotte.
Look
Come
at
on.
him. Look
Feel
how
him.
beautiful he is.
Come.
I wish you could see his face.
Yeah, no, it looks great, dude. That's awesome.
He's beautiful, and the supplier, they make you bring in your water to prove that you take care of your tank and cycle it properly. And they keep all of their beta in heated, filtered, 10-gallon tanks. You don't put them in those little tiny wrappers. And here's Clavicular and crew.
Oh, nice.
They're,
The snail is clavicular.
Yeah, there's 3 snails.
I
They're all
can't believe.
clavicular.
Well, I like that the Rizzler is going to be dominating the same tank and mogging
He's gonna be
clavicular.
logging clavicular for all of eternity.
Holy shit.
And clavicular, he only eats rotten vegetables and algae, so that's his life.
Nice.
This is clavicular 1, 2, and 3. So he's gonna acclimate to his tank. Man, he's beautiful. I want you guys to
You'll have a new pet every month, lol. Yeah, I mean, it's been getting, life has just been getting more peaceful, so we have a lot more time for things like
And this has
pets
always been
and
my-
creatures.
I also just love planted tanks and
Yeah, it's mainly for the planted tank. She was doing the planted tank beforehand, and it's like, well, it's a beautiful tank with a lot of space, so it's perfect for something as like kind of minimal as a
he's super clean.
as a beta.
You don't have to clean because it's planted.
Yeah.
Very rare water change.
Cool.
But yeah,
Thanks for showing. Awesome.
Gonna acclimate to the water,
Yeah. Cool. No shock. Okay. Dude, I don't know these people. They're all famous, dude. But what is the connection between the famous people? Should we do all the Chinese first? Mao and Deng. And fucking... Is there... Dude, that's not... They don't categorize them by being Chinese. Dynasty? Not helping. Mudang. Oh. Why is Jennifer Lawrence in here? That's what I'm wondering. And Brockhampton? Some isn't adding up. Look for movie names, maybe? Right. Oppenheimer. What? I mean, I just don't know. I haven't watched any of these fucking... I tend to avoid these sorts of films. Bohr? I don't know who the fuck Bohr is. I'll send it. Mussolini, Roosevelt, Churchill, Stalin. Yeah, that's of the same era, at least. One away. Okay, so... What did I get wrong here? Stalin? World leaders during World War II. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Not Lenin. Oppenheimer. Trotsky, Mao, Hampton, Lenin, socialist? Okay. Lenin, Trotsky, Mao, and Hampton. Not familiar with Hampton. One away. So there's something right about this, but wrong. Who doesn't belong here? Because I know very little. I need your guys' help with this. Oh, communist. Lenin, Trotsky, Deng, and Mao. So we get rid of Hampton and we go with Deng. Leftists with political ideologies named after them. Maoism, Dengism, Leninism, Trotskyism. Okay. Now we're cooking. The isms actually were what we're missing there. Okay. Helen Keller. Feels like there'd be movies after Helen Keller. And movies after Oppenheimer. Remember the Minecraft server where we were building an intruder map? That's where the Lily Paupin thing came from, because that's what I named my stash of green stuff. Oh, I do vaguely remember that. Okay. It's coming back to me, Ragdoll. That's awesome. Alright, well, good luck with your power, Ragdoll. Hope everything works out there. Stay safe, stay warm. Keller, Einstein, Oppenheimer, and King have movies. Oh. One away. Okay, so there's something right and wrong about this. You might be on the right path with... I think Einstein might not belong for some reason. I don't know what the other names are about. Thank you, Jokey, for the 2 months. Yeah, let's get rid of Einstein. I don't know who Bohr and Hampton are. Einstein is not American. Ooh, Americans. Lawrence sounds like an American name. Okay, that was wrong. Wait, we weren't one away. Einstein's part of it. We got to get rid of one of these other ones. They're gonna be... No, that also wasn't one away. So wait, I'm getting something wrong. Get rid of King. Okay, and I keep these. And I go with Lawrence. No, that's wrong. And that wasn't one away. I think we keep the King. Einstein, Oppenheimer, Lawrence, and Bohr. That's one away. No Keller? One away without Keller. What would you get rid of? King, Keller, Hampton are all activists. That's true. Coffee after lunch, I think. Put in Fermi. I don't know. Lawrence Oliver. Okay, I'll put in what Flower Power B put in there. Lawrence, Martin Luther King, Helen Keller, dude, you guys are pissing me off now. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, let's go like this. Scientists: Oppenheimer, Einstein, Fermi, and then one other. Fucking Hampton. Lawrence. I don't know who Lawrence is. Okay, we're on to something. That's one away. I don't know who Bohr is, though. Okay, we're still one away with that. Maybe we get rid of Oppenheimer. Niels Bohr is the scientist? Okay, so we got Bohr. We got Einstein. We got Fermi. Of course I stopped listening to you guys. You guys weren't on to anything. Fred Hampton? That wasn't right. Not even one away. Am I backwards now? I guess we're still missing... Oh, God. Every time I see this name, by the way, I read it as bear. I keep thinking it's a paint. You were onto something? Lawrence is a physicist, too. He was buddies with Epstein. Interesting. Einstein... This is going to be something stupid like people who've won the Nobel. It's going to be... We're screaming at the TV. Screaming a whole lot of nothing. It's going to be a dumb one. Let chat cook. I would actually rather just... what's it called when you break into something by just being nonsensical and just trying a million different combinations? What's that called? Brain deading it? I'd rather brain dead it. One of the categories is science related. Okay. Then it's definitely Einstein, Bohr. Oppenheimer's a science guy, right? I didn't watch the movie. I assume he's the guy who makes the freaking bomb. Fermi's totally science related. This should be it. Who's the least sciencey out of all these guys? I feel like it's Oppenheimer. Because I haven't seen the movie, so I'm like, maybe he's the guy who just wears the hat. Huh. Anissa knows. Yeah.
Einstein's theory is what allowed them to have.
Okay.
So
Einstein's
maybe
theory.
bomb.
It's bomb related?
I think.
Maybe it's bomb related.
What are the other?
King. Martin Luther King. I mean, that's the assumption. Bohr. Helen Keller. By the way, thank you, Glory Hole Oreo. Fermi, I only know that he's got a paradox named after him.
I think it might be Fermi and Bohr. It might be Einstein, Oppenheimer.
I've been doing that one. I've been doing it. You agree with Flower Power? Let me see what Flower Power said. Movies. I've been stuck on Oppenheimer, King, Lawrence, Keller. Okay. All movies after people. Okay. Keller and King. I don't know if you were paying attention, but I'm pretty sure we did this already. Yeah, one away. So, even though you said that, you're wrong. You said, I'm telling you, bro. Oppenheimer, King. Oh, Lawrence was the one that I missed. My bad, dog. My bad. Wait. No, not my bad. Not Oppenheimer. Keller. I keep thinking Epstein as well. King and Lawrence. That's one away. Okay, no. You guys are gaslighting me. No, you're spiking my cortisol. I'm about to crash out. Let me read, Pluto. Let me read. Let me just read one person at a time. I'll read Pluto. King, Keller, and Hampton are all activists. That's 3 people, bro. You just named 3 people. It's the easiest thing in the world when you're playing this game to list 3 of the connections. 3. You have to input 4. That's what you have to do. Fermi 4.
Fine, often.
Okay. Listen, my cortisol spiking right now. You gotta.
Don't let them gesture max at the club. Don't
Okay.
let them.
Someone said something good here.
Yeah.
One person said something good.
Gesture.
Have I done that combination, Raptor? I'm gonna trust Raptor because he hasn't said a whole lot. Okay. Keller, Oppenheimer, Hampton, and King. I don't think I did that combo. One away. Okay, I've definitely done that. Hampton Bay, Lawrence Bay, Lol, King Bay. They're not different bays. They wouldn't do that. Maybe they would. Einstein, Hampton, Keller, King were all socialists. Would they do that? This is kind of like a little bit of a socialist brain thing to be doing. Is this going to be some... Oh my God. Really? Really? American citizens who advocated for socialism? This is the most woke puzzle I've ever fucking played. Dude, this is what I'm going to label this one. This one's a fucking game over. Whoever made this one, you need to fucking go back to Hassan's stream or something, all right? You aren't welcome here. No, you are welcome here. It's cool. I agree. I agree with it. But it is a little... It's a little extra. It's almost like every single thing was meant to, like... Be like, hey, did you know? I have a special little fact. Scientist who worked on the Manhattan Project. Oh, of course. Dude. Whoever the fuck this is. I would not get along with this person IRL. I would not. I would absolutely not. Jennifer Lawrence worked on the Manhattan Project. They're too, like, oh man, the history brain. I like a little history now and again. You fuckers. Okay, so that was great. I think half of them were good. Half of them, well, a quarter of them were impossible. And a quarter of them were the good kind of impossible. Like, this is the good kind of impossible, I would say. Frustrating, yes. Was it, you know... Like, maybe the problem with this one is they didn't really have much of a gimme. You know what I mean? They said, we're going to do all names. Like, doing all names is a special kind of hell. Like, give someone a break. Einstein got a citizenship, but I would not think that is what he is known for the most. That was a tricky trick. Yeah. I know. I know. I sent this to my nerd leftist friends because it tickled me. Yeah, fuck that, dude. I feel like if they were to make a crossword or like a, not even crossword, like a word search, it would be so comedic. It would be like, you know, they'd have a word going diagonal. It would just fucking spell out Oppenheimer, Mussolini. Like, that's all they could make the entire thing about. And it's like, hey, man, this is for 8-year-olds to solve. Why have you made 8 across Dangism? Like, an 8-year-old isn't going to know that. Fermi's my favorite physicist. He wrote some great books. Oh my gosh. It's like I'm watching the latest episode of Big Bang Theory. You fuckers. Fermi is the where are all the aliens dude? Yeah, that's all I know him for. No Big Bang update so far. It's time for Scrandle. It's absolutely not. It's time for a break. And then we're going to be doing... Actually, we're going to open up connections again for the general public. Not the general public. The chatting public. The website is fucking Swell Garfo. That's a weird name. But yeah. I think... Is that a new one, Jesse? Yeah. Jesse will be the first one next time. But just put him in the Oh, I have to make Zarbo the VIP. I see. Yeah, I'll make you a fucking VIP. Just hold your goddamn horses. Is there just... Can I just... Okay, thank you. Slash VIP. Just like, you know... Don't post anything I wouldn't post in chat. I just thought it looked like fun after watching this, and I made it and then shared it with my friends too. Hell yeah. No worries, Jesse. I'll be playing it next time we do it. I might let it accumulate for a week or something, though. The Fermi paradox broke me. Instantaneous quantum superposition of subatomic particles occupying the same space-time. Just whoosh, bud, right over my head. Shut up. That... Man... That was definitely some Big Bang Theory shit. Okay. My soft scientist friends, I'm gonna go... I'm not actually gonna go on a break yet. I'm gonna just make sure that I'm downloading Resident Evil, The Wicked Queevil. Or not Resident Evil. Silent Hill is the name of the game. Bye, Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 is the name of the game. I didn't have it ready to go, no. No. I got way better things to be doing. Do I have Silent Hill 2? What the fuck? Damn, Silent Hill is expensive. Must be a good-ass game. Would you play Kahoot and get mad at all the questions? I do want to do Kahoot with you guys. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
My territory, my rules!
Deadlock? Valorant. Dude, I haven't played Valorant. I've been waiting for an entry to complain about the snow in Oklahoma, but alas, the opportunity has not presented itself, so here I am complaining. I don't like the snow. Even though in a previous life I would have been all about it, also e-biking in 8 degrees Fahrenheit snowy weather almost made my fingertips become kosher mini hot dogs. Dude, it'll fucking... That's rough. The wind is extra bad for your little fingies. Hey, white boy, with love, Texas is frozen. Is Texas frozen? Sorry to hear that, guys. The northernmost outpost in all of the world, Edmonton, is doing fine. We're used to it, and also we're not getting crazy weather right now. It's actually fucking awesome. iDubbbz, do you like Connor Eats Pants and Fortnite Fridays? Yes. Connor Eats Pants deserves a fucking some sort of Nobel Peace. Actually, he doesn't deserve a Nobel Peace. He deserves some kind of award, though. Just for being positively based. Can I publicly denounce harsh winter weather? I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna say, guess what? Hey, I live in Edmonton, so you're having just a little taste of what I experience on the daily. Cry about it. Edmonton is a warm 14F. Yeah, it's awesome. Dude. Well, the rest of the country is getting pelted pretty good. I think the East Coast is getting pelted pretty good. Why? What business? What business of it is yours?
I'm Brian, or Stale2000, or Tarot Card. I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail.
Dude, that fucking guy is so gross. I can't, like... There are so many people like him out there in charge of fucking moderating Discords and Reddits, and they're just like, they're the nastiest people online. They have so much fucking like hate and smoke for everyone, but they're disgusting people. No, I don't care about this shit. Cortisol peaked? Okay, fine. Fine, it was peaked. Like I give a shit. Check out this clip. Let me see it. Hopefully it doesn't spike my cortisol. The hell? Whatever you just linked, it didn't work. Not for me. No, I love mods. I like mods from good communities. They're just like a reflection of like what they're like interested in or what they represent. You know what I mean? Like the fucking like the the live stream fails place has just become an absolute fucking disgusting cesspool. And it would make sense that, you know, the people in charge of a disgusting cesspool is that way because they themselves are disgusting. Yo, what up, Night Falls? Good to see you again, dude. Yes, the world is on fire, but that's all right because we're downloading Silent Hill 2 right now. Although, I think I'm running out of space. I wonder how big this game is. I'm running out of space. I'm on terrible communities. Yeah, and I think that does reflect on you, Scully. I think they have to be. A little bit. It has to be a little bit, because why are you doing it? Unless you're like, hey, I'm being the change I want to see in the world. You know what I mean? To make them less bad? Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, it is power, I will admit. It is a little bit of power. So, I can't deny that. Silent Hill. Is it actually downloading or what? Oh, okay. Plenty of room, plenty of space. To make them less bad, I wonder if that works. I feel like I would get so, like, because there's always new people feeding in. Like, that's the idea, is you want, like, you want it to grow. I guess that's a point of moderation, though, right? Like, yes, to be the change I want to see. It made me feel bad as a woman to, like, always be shat on in comment sections because women bad. They do that to every group. No person deserves to feel like that. Yeah, that kind of is a big deal. And it is true. There are so many, like, communities online where they are, like, sausage fest. They're all, like, controlled by men. And, like, they were very, like, deliberate in, like, having it be a boys-only club. So, I guess I get it. I get what you mean. Also, like, for the amount of people out there who don't want the responsibility, like, I guess we do have to have some examples of places that the moderation is, where the moderation is working. Yeah, it's a balance for sure. There's also a lot of manipulation happening in comment sections. People are brainwashed into hatred. If every comment section you see is filled with hatred, it seems normal. It shouldn't be. I agree. I agree. There's like a tremendous amount of astroturfing. Okay, here's my question. Maybe you can answer it, Scully. Is there like a worry, because you might see it more than I do. Is there worry of like, I guess it's the dead internet kind of thing, where it's not even necessarily dead internet, right? It's more like is there, are we close to the point where things are like astroturfed? Kind of like live stream fails, where it's like you can collect enough people on a Reddit where it's kind of like, it's fucking like all shit. Like you can't even use it. We see it so much in modding. I'm trying to figure out what the question actually is. Like, it feels like for a lot of people, it's become so easy to make a bajillion accounts and spam places that it just feels like a kind of an overwhelming force. Like, what is there anything preventing that? They collect in Discord and Brigade and take over Reddit spaces. Happens all the time. Things are astroturfed so well that it doesn't even need to be coordinated anymore. People just repeat what they already saw somewhere else. By the way, we're 50% done downloading Silent Hill 2. We're getting somewhere. Uh-huh. Oh.
Already started making bubble.
Really? Yeah. Apparently the Rizzler's already making a bubble nest for a mate. Too bad for him there's no mate around.
Well,
he can dream, though.
He's also been kind of checking out his emails. Hasn't acted.
Yeah. Awesome. That's so good. Yeah. All the other connections got me feeling like I just sprinted. It was a lot. It was a lot. Yo, Gronk, we did your connection. Did you send in a connection, Gronk? We did it at the beginning of the stream. Oh, hell yeah, I did? Okay, just checking, just checking. Okay, Anis will send a picture of the tank in the Discord. I just don't want people saying hateful shit that quashes legitimate discussion. People should not shy away from discussion because every other comment is X demographic bad. Yeah, I agree. I've become very cynical, I think, just because of the special attention that me and my community gets from, like, a lot of creatures. I say creatures very generally because I do know that it comes from, like, a lot of different places on the internet. Okay, now we're at 90% Silent Hill 2 download. I should eat something. What up, Skullvale Dynasty? Okay, it's downloaded. You may have even heard that. Are you cockblocking the Rizzler? I kind of am. Dude, I can't imagine being one of the, like... What the fuck? I'm thinking about it now, and I'm like, for all the guys out there and women, because some women do it, who like refuse and empathize so greatly with their neutering their dog, and they're like, "Oh, my poor dog and his poor balls. Oh, he's missing something. I need to get some cosmetic balls to replace his current balls." Like, I feel like they could extend that logic for like their dog also not busting nuts. Like, your dog also wants to mate technically. It's like, where's the empathy for the mating? Oh, my dog has this biological need to mate. Oh, poor guy. It's like, it's so weird to hone in on the balls. Not gonna lie, I struggled with getting my cat neutered because I was humanizing her and also was 21 and stupid. I mean, it sort of depends on, like, I think where it's coming from. You know what I mean? Because, yeah, a big part of pet ownership is basically saying, like, you are, you know, like, by your very nature, owning an animal and, like, deciding things for it. Like, you're already doing something that is, like, pretty, I don't know, against nature. So it's like, well, if you're going to be doing that, you know, do it all the way. Is this game launching or what? Oh, should I be playing this game with a controller? Silent Hill. Is it better with a controller? Because I have a controller. When male cats started circling my house, I woke up and took her. Yeah, that makes sense. Better with? Okay. I'll do a controller. It is official. Do you see that Brawler app? It's like Tinder, but you hook up with other dudes to fight them. That's... dude, if that's real, I might have to give that a shot. Uh-huh.
That has to happen.
Okay. How do I get rid of closed captions on PC? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one. It's like, it's a, bottom right of the screen. Yeah, it's something that I installed, so it's not necessarily normal for Twitch. I just thought that would be nice for some people. All right, later, Ragdoll. Thanks for coming. My best friend is a vet. Please spay and neuter your pets. You have no idea the amount of animals she sees, let alone abortions. She will perform 2. Yeah, that's depressing. It's a lot. You don't think about that aspect. Okay, it says use headphones and a gamepad. Oh, that's sweet. This game contains content and themes of domestic violence, emotional abuse, sexual assault, suicide, mental illness, child abuse, and other mature themes. Can we pick, like, maybe 3 of them? Do we have to do all of them? It gives a little link to a help page. That's nice. That's thoughtful. English. Full screen. I will do borderless window. Dude, borderless window is the GOAT. Pyramid Head is the GOAT. Dude, I did a Silent Hill. The thing is, it might have been a lot scarier if I'd played Silent Hill beforehand, but I remember going to Universal Studios or some place where they were doing a Silent Hill themed scare house, and that shit was scary. I'm in the, yeah. Aww. That's sweet. We got some pictures of the Rizzler in his tank. Rizzling. Positively rizzling. Okay, here's Rizzler. Keep in mind that there's a little bit of a bacteria bloom going on, so that's why the tank is a bit cloudy. It's very normal. It's like the second big bloom or whatever, but it's a lot better than it was before. And here's the Rizzler up close, praying that some freaking fine baddies show up in his tank. But unfortunately, there are no baddies. Only a little dog that is going to be jester maxing, trying to spike his cortisol while he's in the tank. But it's not going to be a cat, so that's like kind of good for him. He's a chunky boy. Yeah, but he looks good against the green, man. The complementary colors are like popping off. He's not risen shit, Gronk. We've called him the Rizzler, but we've sort of, you know, forced him into a life of no rizzing. Okay. Oh, he's an actual incel. That's true. Yeah. Incel by definition. Okay, we're officially in the game now. I'm getting sick of this hat. I love Americans, okay? I truly do. But it's fucking up my flow. I might be too scared of this game. Oh, Wormwords is here. Dude, we did your connection. I'm late because I got a tattoo? Oh, what was the tattoo? That sounds exciting. Wait, was Wormwords the one who did the... No, Wormwords didn't do the bullshit Mussolini Fermi Paradox one. Got to put this on the big screen, even though the Twitch TV app sucks. Dude, it does suck. I wish they would improve it. Compare images and just gamma to your preferred level. I'm going to try to compensate for the... I want it to be dark, but not too dark for you guys. I think that's fine, 280. I think that's fine. We're good. Your settings have been saved. Okay, new game. We're getting started. Combat challenge standard. Dude, this is... Yeah, can we list the category Silent Hill 2? I've never played a Silent Hill game. Let me just say that from the start. The fact that they allow you to adjust the difficulty of puzzles is amazing. I want to be nice to you guys, though. I want to keep it at standard, all of this shit. I'm not going to go pizza box head. I'm not going to go 90s mode. We're going to keep it all as standard. I'm going to torture you? Yeah, good luck. I can change it later if I want. Okay, sweet. Dude, I haven't played a game with some vibration in a while. I wonder if it's gonna... Yeah, I hope the puzzles are not hard. He's the easiest person to scare. Dude, don't max out my cortisol. Oh, Mudfoot. Mudfoot's here. Yes, I made it. Oh my god, I love this game so much. Hell yeah, Mudfoot. We did your connections, by the way, earlier in the stream. Oh, can I pause this? Yes. I will say, if you guys know the slushy noobs, Hamza and Martin, they're like a fucking... They're basically TikTok heartthrobs. They're like a TikTok boy band, but without the band. They're a comedy troupe, a comedy duo. There was like some drama... And I do not envy having this fucking being in this position. They had some drama where they were like being a little bit unserious, or one of them was being unserious while watching or while playing Silent Hill, I think, or one of these games where there was a theme of domestic violence or rape or whatever. And there was like a little cancellation on TikTok, like, this is so fucked up that he was laughing during this moment or whatever. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, this is a goddamn video game and they do comedy shit. Like, have some empathy for this guy. Isn't Hamza MRA type? I don't know what that means. Oh, wait. Men's rights activist? I don't think so. I could never be a public figure in this era. Yeah, it was a whole lot of extra. I guess I don't need to pause the game to tell you guys that. To tell you my anecdotes, but... Okay, who's this guy? What's his name? You guys can tell me. Thank you, Bar Falafel, for the bits. Well, that's Jim. James, Jim, all right.
Mary. Could you really be in this town?
Dude, this is a beautiful game too. Why do horror games look so goddamn good?
In my restless dreams, I see that town.
Yo, medium-sized
Silent
Joel,
Hill.
good to see you.
You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
Is there anything I should know about this game, like going into it? Because I'm playing the second one.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary.
Oh,
wife's
kanji of the gods. Okay.
It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself.
An allegory for grief.
Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago.
Ligma. He had
So
ligma.
then why am I looking for her?
Very emotional, very stressful. There's a lot of lore to pay attention to. Just play taking the
This
game
whole town was
seriously
our
and it'll be
special
good.
place.
Okay.
Could Mary really be here? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Oh my
Sorry,
God.
I had to scream.
This is the type of game where I would sit on this scene for like far too long, thinking that a cinematic is gonna happen. Oh. Babe, that is so good today. Yeah. Killer. Anissa made this kanji that is fucking out of this world. Because she used leftover scraps from rotisserie chicken and some pork. And just made the craziest, most unctuous broth you will ever fucking eat. Okay, I can run... Okay, I'm going to turn off the motion blur. If that's an option. That's fine. That's all I need to turn off. Must be locked. Yeah, you like my use of the word unctuous? Oh, I'm using mouse and keyboard. Hold up. My bad, guys. Oh, this is weird. Oh, dude. If a game can do a mirror, if the game can do a good mirror, it's a good game. It's a good game. Do I need to pee? Ooh. Oh, that's sick. Got B for barge. Barge. Right bumper to kind of do a 360. Whoa! Thank you, medium-sized Joel. Are you related to Little Joel and Big Joel? Or is it just a coincidence? Okay. B for... Oh. Does that say Toluca Lake? Toluca Lake is a place in LA, by the way. That's a 180, Unk. Dude, hell yeah, McRide. Thank you so much for saying that. I would say that as well if I was watching. If I was a chatter, I would say that as well. This doesn't look like LA to me. Wait, how do I sprint? What's sprint? Oh, left bumper? Okay, I do have a menu. Mary's letter. Investigate. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised me you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. It says that I could flip it, but I don't... Didn't seem like I could. It's... Okay. Things are a little bit off because I'm using an Xbox 360 controller and it's like reading it as a PlayStation controller. So have some sympathy and empathy for me. It's inspired by Twin Peaks. Wait. I felt some vibration. I got some tactile feedback. Okay, they're trying to scare me, but this is no Resident Evil. Dude, I remember this. Press X to interact. Oh, you save the game here. And it really vibrates your hands when you're trying to save. Game was saved. Game was saved again. Perfect.
It's like someone's groping around my skull.
Alright, have a good day. It's a hoe. Thanks for being here. Legend. Oh, shit. Have you been lately? Do you and Anissa hit the gym to stay well? We do. We do. We love the gym.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Oh.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But... I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. And it's not just the fog, either.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe.
They said the game name.
It's kind of hard to explain, but...
This hill is so unusually silent.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone. Someone very important to me.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either.
This woman's got some issues.
I'm sorry, it's not your problem.
No, I
not parentheses derogatory. Okay, ban him. That is so wildly inappropriate. Oh, but it was Scribble and Dibbles that time. God damn. That was so inappropriate. What the fuck? So she said Silent Hill's that-a-way. I don't know what that-a-way means in this case. I guess we'll find out.
Who the hell is that?
Here, let me do something. I have a particular, like... Oops. I have a particular position I'm in, and I want to remain in it without moving my body. Cool. See, iDubbbz is so triggered he thought that was me that did the sound. Well, it is the sort of thing that you would do, so I'm not... And I wouldn't say I'm triggered. I would say that my cortisol is spiked, true. But it's mostly due to the fact that, that I'm playing a scary game. The controller keeps vibrating. They're trying to scare me based on ambiance. But I'm never scared based on ambiance alone. Silent Hill Ranch. Okay. Locked. So, we're where we need to be. We're in Silent Hill. It's a puzzle game. There's puzzles, so I should probably try to interact with things when I get the chance. The wolf does not fear ambience. You guys are going way too hard. I don't even know... Well, I shouldn't say that. Like, it feels obvious to me right now. All the sound effects. But I am not familiar with this game, so I don't really know what a typical sound effect in this game is. Silent Hill. It's a farming game. Start looking for parsnip seeds. Oh, here we go. Auto parts. Can I interact with this? Went to town to get the window fixed. Spare keys in the drawer. Okay, in the drawer. The drawer of what?
Hello? Anyone in here?
We got the key. Auto parts key. I don't need to inspect it, right? I got the key that I needed. Call the police. Yeah. I'll wait for things to get a little spookier. Things feel a little bit more instant than Resident Evil. Resident Evil loved these little animations as you, like, unlocked doors and stuff. This is a little bit more respectful of my time. I have no reason to be careful, by the way, guys. Like, I haven't reached a
From
point...
the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring. See, I believe that if I see it in my heart.
Great. Great. That felt like, because I interacted with it, I'm not sure what the interaction here was, but it kind of looked like my character Jim was just staring into this dark, I don't know, this dark hallway here, and KSI was performing in there. Thanks, KSI. From the pen to the ring, the bling to the king. It's the definition of not catchy. I forget it every time. Alright. Have a great day, Bar Falafel. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for being here. Okay, it's got some kind of spooky music going on, but I still have yet to have like a scary moment in this game. So, I think you guys have to wait until I'm actually on edge to play sounds, because so far it's been very ineffective. Like, I know what I'm getting into when I play something like Amnesia. I have, like, bad memories of playing the game. Same thing with Slenderman. All of that. Why would anyone vibe with a song about being a YouTuber? Silent Hill games do some jump scares, but it's mostly about the dread. Oh, man. Okay, well, I'll try to embody the dread, then. What does that say? Visitors must register at the main office. Okay, I cannot enter these areas. At least it has some cutscenes so I can eat. Oh. Okay, we got a map. I don't know if that's useful. Where am I meant to be going here? Doesn't matter. Silent Hill is kind of known for its, like, fog and mist, right? Okay, so this is the dead end. That's where I came from. I should just go into town. Gotta get to the Burger King. There was a place on there called, like, Happy Burger or something. Okay, why am I lagging? I don't like that. What the fuck? Why am I 2 frames? There's something evil in that building that makes me 2 frames.
Tectone is a rapist!
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Tectone is a rapist!
Okay, as much as I support shouting Tectone is a rapist, I will say it's kind of the opposite vibes of this Silent Hill experience. You need an optimization mod. I have a 4090 and it stutters. Okay. Well, thanks for the heads up. Let's look for Happy Burger. He admitted he has a micro in his court case. Oh, that's crazy. Did he think he would get, like, that would, like, benefit him? But guys, I don't do any fucking rapes. I don't even have anything down there.
You don't know that so bad what he did.
Oh wow. Yeah. Was it like an attempted, like, sex tape or something? Or?
It was in the act.
Oh shit. Brutal. Okay. I would give you guys the update, but I don't want to fucking harp on Tectone shit here. Gonzalez Restaurant. Where was that little plate? Happy Burger. It's down the street. glove don't fit ass argument. What? Okay, so there's... Okay, so it illustrates when there's... When I can't get through an area. That's cool.
Hey, wait.
Hey, I have a question.
What is this?
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so I can't get to Happy Burger. It's a complete dead end. Everywhere I go, it's a dead end. Should I just go into a building? The dread is setting in? Well, just because, you know, I can't... Just because I reach an invisible wall, or a very visible wall, doesn't mean that the dread is setting in. I'm just piecing things together. Read? Do not enter area closed off due to an accident. Okay. So they just don't want me to go in there. Cool. I love following the rules. Get to the sea, swim out of there. I should go to the sea. Yeah. Alright, which way's the sea again? Yeah, right out there. Well, it's a lake, so we're landlocked. I don't think there's a point of trying to get into any of these buildings. Okay, it stopped the creepy music, I think because I'm not in the scary place anymore. So I just keep going down this way and I can just leave the town. Okay, it seems as though that is also blocked off. So they want me to go back the way I came. Just say, fuck it. I guess if I can't be in this town, I'll go back to my car. Yeah. Surely that's what they want me to do. Go into a building, maybe? I mean, I think you're right, but I'm also kind of curious if a wall will appear on my way back to my car. Although that was a long walk to the car. I won't do it. Ironically, the residents of this town are actually evil. Yeah, so what would be a place that I can get into? I might be able to get into the Gonzalez restaurant. That's labeled. Yeah, let's do that. It's up here to the right. The Gonzalez restaurant. Okay, maybe not. Check notable places first. Makes sense. Yeah, dude. You know me. Can't break in. That's breaking the law. Yeah, we gotta play this game. We gotta play the whole game under Canadian law. I'm not gonna do US law. I'm in Canada. We'll play this game under Canadian law. I'm a little bit gray. Dude, that would be a great series if someone did, like, legal playthroughs. Like, they figured out. That wouldn't be a good idea. That's so stupid. That's like playing GTA and, like, obeying traffic laws. It's cringe. Thank you so much, the Burks. You say, there also might be an alley in between the houses you have to go through. Thank you for... Wait. Is there 2 maps that I have? Next map. What the fuck? I didn't know I had this. I mean... I'm not seeing much alley action. There might be an alley up here. If I continue into the fog. Like, you know. Oh, holy smokes. I'm definitely buying some sort of optimization. Not buying. What the fuck is that? Surely there's something. Turn off VSync. From Nexus? Oh my god. High contrast. That's a mode that you can do? High contrast mode? I get that you get mods to help it. I'm depressed that that is a, that's something that you have to do. Listen, it's not blind people hate. I get it. I get the accessibility thing. But it seems a little like even blind people.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4.
I'm going to abandon the point I was trying to make. I was going to say something stupid. Like, even blind people would prefer it to not be so, like, ham-fisted, the contrasting colors. It's too much. Okay, we are looking for an alley, because that's what someone was hinting to me. Okay, this is violence. This is blood, this is violence. Someone was here committing an act of violence. Thank you. Okay, they're giving me dread. There was no tectone inside that building, so I think we're safe. Yo, what up, Bingo Cat? This game would drive you nuts. It's really not too bad, man. I know it's only been, you know, 20 minutes or whatever, but it's mostly a walking simulator. I love the stupid way he walks sideways. Dude, that ain't stupid. That's how people... Those are crossovers. I forget what you call that. Yeah, this is a fucking crossover. That ain't stupid. That's what you do if you're an athletic king. Say you've never been athletic in all your days without saying you've never been athletic in all your days. Call it out. Okay, am I being stupid right now, or what's... I'm probably being a little bit stupid. Okay. Do they want me to, like, approach the bed sheets to give an indication of, like, oh, man, like, can't go this way. Like, I saw it with my eyes. I just didn't feel like I needed to interact with it, per se. What if I bum rush it? Follow the blood trail you interacted with earlier. That is a great suggestion. You know, I want to believe that every game will put me on the right track. Oh, whoa! It has an X over it. The Gonzalez restaurant. Okay, so this is updating even with the buildings. I love that. Okay. Remember where the threatening music was? Yeah, I just thought it was kind of a dead end. And, you know, I was looking at the ground. Yeah, there was blood, sure. Like, I see this. Yeah. More of that stuff. That's called blood, brother. And, you're gonna see a lot more of that in this game. So prepare yourself. Oh, fuck! Okay. Negative fucking 50 points to Gryffindor for spiking my cortisol. More of that stuff. Is this going in a direction? It kind of is. Trail of blood crumbs. Oh, it's the alley that guy was talking about. I think he's still in chat. Thank you, Gold Ruby. Trail of blood crumbs. Someone is sycophantic.
Hello?
Am I supposed to be afraid? Am I supposed to be experiencing a sense of dread? Because I'm not feeling that right now. Oh, wait. What did that say? Dude, that makes me so mad. It pops up for a second. Press X to crawl through. Perfect. Is this a save point? Yes, it is. The game was telling you that the white toilet paper signals were to go. That's what I think it said. Okay, I think you're right. Alcohol, nutrition supplement, health drink. Okay, so I can store this. Nice. Use triangle to drink it. Not scary. It doesn't have arms or hands.
Stay back.
Oh, I can kill? Wait. Okay, I can kill. I can kill.
I farted and he almost slipped out.
Oh, wait. What's dodge? What's... Oh. Okay, is that dodge? That's dodge. Okay. Okay, yes, yes, yes! Okay.
Is this what I saw in the
I think I'm dying, so I should drink my health potion. Yes, I wasted a health potion already. But that's how you're supposed to play the game. I love that I have a weapon now, though. I love that. Squeeze through. I once was at a party where a guy was zipped up in one of those and the air was vacuumed out. Were you actually? Because I've heard of that. I've seen it on, like... Yeah, it's a fetish. It's like people getting vacuum packed. I will admit, it does, like, aside from, like, the, what do you call it? The, like, no air situation, it does seem cozy. You know? Yeah, it's kind of like getting tucked in. It seems like getting tucked in, I don't know. Whenever I see someone, like, vacuum packing, like, I can't say that it's, like, it turns me on, like, it's horny. But it doesn't seem like the worst thing, you know? I could think of much worse things. Like, sounding? Dude. Sounding sounds much worse than that. Just get a weighted blanket, that's much easier. Yeah, I would, you know what? I'm down for that. I think sounding is putting a rod into your urethra. Or it's putting something into your urethra. Sounding changed me. Learning about it, not doing it. Oh. Back when I streamed a lot, someone sent high-end sounding kit to my P.O. box with medical-grade lube. That is fucking disgusting.
Where are you, Mary?
Okay, well, we got the weapon. Let me look at the map. Okay, so I've made it through. And now we just go to Happy Cheeseburger. We go to the Happy Cheeseburger place. Matches. Neely's Bar. Rotate. Rotate with what? A. Dude, I hate how this shit works. Oh. Huh? It's kind of working. A gobbler. A gimp gobbler has just broken into the street. Okay, well, I can save here. Thank goodness. I mean, it's probably bad that I'm saving after wasting my potions. Sounds like a cute little guy. Sounds like a Men in Black cute alien. Okay, we're... Ah! Wait, the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. Why is the frame rate so shit? Dude, I hate that. Little fucking gimp man wriggling up to me. What resolution do you have it at? I think it's normal. $1920 by 1080. Maybe I should lower it a little bit. Although it's not letting me change that. Maybe try toggling VSync. I did. It's off now. Wait. Check everywhere for health, by the way. Graphics to medium. Is there a medium option on here? I didn't even see that. Like a general... Renderer preset quality. I'll go to low. I don't think that's going to make a difference, but... Yeah, this is all extra stuff. Your screen is set to borderless, so it's filling this full screen. Oh. Borderless is preventing me from going... I love borderless window, though. Whatever. You're valid. I'll go full screen, and then I'll go fucking... What do I go to? 1280 by 720? It's a little small for you guys. I'll do this for now. Next time, when I have the time to... when I have the time to get the mods, it'll be better. Oh, damn it. My Chatterino went away. Come back, Chatterino. I want to do a Chaturanga. Okay, there we go. Oh, God. Everything's breaking. All I can see now is Chatterino. Whatever. I don't care. Okay. There's a creature. It's going smoothly. Does it look good enough, guys? Ah! Fuck. I gotta remember to dodge. I can't remember if I asked. I have a 3080 in my closet, if that's better than yours. No, I think you did ask, or I think we were having a discussion about it on stream. Because I thought it was shit, and then I told you guys about it, and you're like, oh no, that should be fine. Okay, it's still... Oh yeah, I gotta get the optimizer. This thing is shit. With a resolution of 720, this is what it's doing to me? You found the mod? Okay. I don't care about you. You piss me off. Looking like the original? Yeah. I guess I'll just... Fuck it. I may as well download it now. I thought it just... Yeah, let's do it. I don't care about the unsaved progress. It's fucking with my whole system. I gotta do it at some point. Thank you for sending me that, Han. I appreciate. Holy smokes, dude. How do you download this thing? Are you gonna do today's connections? Yeah, I might. Dude, you have to make an account on this fucking... Oh my god! Don't worry, guys. Everything's fine. I'm taking care of it. Music back on for modding? That's a great idea.
Cat, I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cat, I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cat, I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance.
Don't worry. I'm downloading. Open boob. If you're going to be sitting there playing the game, may as well open boob. Not very good gamer if not opening boob. Oh, apparently there's an option for playing it without fog. Is the fog part of what makes it bad, though? The fog is so stupid. Yeah, I'm keeping the fog. The fog is important. That's like the whole... When I think of Silent Hill, I think of the fog. Dude, let me just say, I love all the rhetoric lately about how god-awful... I can't multitask. How awful Windows and like OneDrive is. There's like so many disgusting things that Microsoft has done with Windows over the years. And it's pleasant to see people screeching about it.
It's free real estate.
Oh, man. Am I a kitty cat? And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. In the original, the fog was used to improve frame rate, but it became part of the game. That makes sense that would improve frame rate because it's not you're not loading in all this shit in the distance. That was like the thing about what was it? No Man's Sky. Wait a minute. Am I doing this right? Yeah. Yeah, totally. Sorry guys, I'm still trying to figure it out. Like, for some reason I'm struggling to find my app data. I think part of the problem is that I didn't fucking remove OneDrive and all this nonsense. What is the hell is playing right now? This is not... Well, maybe this is downloading mods off Nexus Music. Thank you, Adam. That did help, I think. Still... Okay, maybe I should just type in... See, this is exactly why I didn't want to do this during the stream. I want to do it after, because I'm sitting here like fucking mousing through my folders trying to figure out where the hell my Silent Hill folder is, but I cannot find it. Do you want help? I should be able to do this myself. I think it's a me problem. Users, your name, app data, local, Silent Hill, Silent Hill 2. I just don't think it's saving it there. I don't know where the hell it's saving it because I don't see it. Does it go by a different name? Like maybe the name of the developer of Silent Hill is like a subfolder? Thank you, Grustly Grump, for the prime. Oh. You might be cooking. No, where the hell is it? And nowadays, when I use the search function on Windows, it doesn't even work half the time. It brings me up like web page results rather than what's on my computer. Oh, that did the trick. Okay, I found it. Finally. Thank you, Adam. That helped a lot. I don't know why that was so hard to find. Okay, we're good. Officially.
Do it, lady. On your birthday.
Do what?
All of it. At once.
Hmm. Now it's open on my other monitor. Oh, there we go. Man, this bitch is having an aneurysm. confirm that. Yeah, Gucci Mane. This is my first session. We were running into the issue where the frame rate was shit. So I just was spending some time downloading a mod. Thank you, Kazar. Yo, what up, Flug Boy? What up, sussy little Flug Boy? Dude, is that Joji? What the fuck? Why is Joji in this game? It's like his new album. Scary. Damn. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I guess it would be this one. Wait, I'm not saving. Wait a minute. It looks like the resolution's still shit. It is. What? Change the frame rate cap. I can't even... Okay. Dude, I can't... Don't Oh my god, this fucking game. I was trying to use my controller. Change the frame rate cap. I'll first do this. Apply. Keep. Borderless. Keep. No. Fuck. Dude, this is a game in and of itself. And now it's not even showing my cursor. Apply. Keep. Frame rate cap. 60? Capping it at 30. I'll cap it at 30. Because I'm only streaming at 30 anyway, right? So it wouldn't make a difference. Okay, I just need to change this in the OBS. Oopsie. Okay. Oh, fit to screen. I'll do that next time. I won't forget that. Right click. Where is that? Transform. Fit to screen. Oh, okay. I'll remember that. That's handy. That's super handy. Okay, we're good now. Oh, it's so smooth. It could be smoother, but whatever. I'm not going to complain. Wiggle Boy. I love Wiggle Boy. Hey, Wiggle Boy. Jesus. We did it. Stop the wiggling, Wiggle Boy. I don't like little boys like you wiggling. Oh, cool. New area. Bug? Oh, shit. This is kind of a... This is a very active game. I thought it was going to be a lot of walking around. Oh, the music, you're right. The music is still on. Which isn't a bad thing in all cases. Yo, what up, Flying Milkshake? Nice. Can I just hop out? Someone was saying in the chat that I should be checking all drawers and closets and shit for medicine. Wow. I want to play like Dark Souls. Oh, God damn it. So there's not much sneaking in this game, right? James will move his head if there's something to interact with? Okay. And it has little white floating circles over things you interact with, right? So... I'm pretty good to just scan the area. Okay. That man was here again. I told him he'd been warned not to come here. He acted like he didn't know what I was talking about anyway. He got up and left. He didn't make any sort of fuss, but there was something about him that gives me the creeps. When I look at his face, it's like I'm staring at a mask. And there's something underneath, wanting to get out. I don't want to be there when that happens, waiting to get out. Okay. Jay's big note. I mean, Big Jay's note. Okay. Health drink. You can try to sneak, but there aren't any stealth elements in this game. Oh. You don't have to fight all the monsters on the street. If you generally stay on the sidewalk, you can run past them. Oh, the design choice. Okay, so this isn't a remake necessarily. This is just like a refresh. Okay, interesting. Hop in there. Don't hurt me. I will say the swinging on the little creatures does feel like a very like a PS2 kind of vibe. Like really not varied in striking them. Where am I going? Where do I want to go? I looked at Big J's. Is that pointing? Wait, oops. I zoom, right? There's some arrows outside of Big J's. I wonder what that means. I'll go to the Lucky Jade. It's a boat neck top. Is it actually a boat neck? I'm assuming I could enter here, right? Perhaps not. Yeah, you said that. I remember reading that. My head will turn towards areas you can interact with. I don't... My head naturally turns when I move the camera, though, right? Like... Okay, can't get into the Lucky Jade. Oh, Neely's Bar, right. That's circled. It will be obvious he locks on the area. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay, that doesn't pause the game. Good to know. Good. Wait, where'd it go? Where'd that little creature go? Oh, there it is. There she blows. I don't know what got into him. He just started smashing the thing. Had to throw him out. He ran off. He cried, "Fix everything." I gathered up what I could. Still haven't found one of the buttons. Half the record is still lodged inside, but the other part's missing. Figure he must have taken it. Come to think of it, he did run towards Groovy. Anyway, maybe go check up on him, see if he's alright. He lives over at Saul by the pharmacy, apartment 9. Is that, Neely's Bar note? Okay, Groovy Music or the apartments. They're both circled now. Oh, I need a key. I need to get the key. What game is this? It's Silent Hill 2. Looks like a Resident Evil clone, kinda. Nah, dude. Legendary game known as Silent Hill. Okay. Well, when you fix this record... Alright, let's go to Groovy Music. We're eating kanji, brother. Okay, let's go to maybe the apartments first. This has to be a remaster? Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Calling Silent Hill a Resident Evil clone is crazy. I knew someone would call that out, so I didn't have to. Oh, shit. I must dispatch them. I got very lucky there. It was not able to hit me with its vom.
I guys have to come in here and say Alberta is so cooked.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the thing?
Just so many. I did a temperature check on my Facebook to see how many separatists were.
Oh, and loads.
There's a lot.
Ew.
And they're all like men in the, and the way that they're taught, we're so cooked.
Man. Delusional.
US is good. Fucking.
Okay, so we are looking for, I don't know, maybe the second half of a record. But we're also, what are we doing in here? We're going to the back rooms. We're reading this. The janitor came in the other day drunk and in tears, had half a record with him, kept yelling we ought to fix it somehow. I was willing to do it just to shut him up, so I got up to get the glue from the cabinet, but then he realized he only had the one half, so we ran out. Can't do much about the record. Maybe ask around at Neely's next time you're there. Okay, so we need to find the dead janitor or what? That ain't gonna scare me, Boardgasm. Not even close. Oh, you called this game Resident Evil Village, so when I was looking for a game to play, you recommended Village at the time, thinking that it was Silent Hill. Hey, I mean, I'm playing both. All right, we got the other half of the record, and we got a little bit of super glue. Open up the inventory to combine items. All right. Combine. Oh, this is cute. All right, now I gotta play the record somewhere. I would imagine with all the records in the store, they'd at least have one record player. Now go find the button. Is that what's missing on the jukebox? Is a button? Let me look. Okay, check. And now we go to the apartments, right? That place, the Saul Street Apartments. Health and glass cabinet. All right, good call. I'm thinking that one. Nah, that's all records, bro. I'm sure there's some health around here. I'm just... Was it in the other room? There's a lot of glass cabinets. I think I'd see it with my eyes. My bad. Oh, there's no health. Oh, there it is. Good call, good call. Nice. All right, I like that. That was worthwhile. I'll need that at some point. He should have to pay for all the shit he's breaking. Are we grandma maxing? We should be grandma maxing in Silent Hill. What the hell? He's jaywalking. What gives him the right? Ah! Am I going the right way? Yes. It wouldn't be an ethical run. It would be like a busybody run. You just get up in everyone's shit constantly and make cringe remarks about how someone should do something. Someone get the zookeeper. The animals are loose. What the hell? We're at the apartments. Are they above the pharmacy? By the way, thanks for telling me not to fight all the enemies. I would have assumed that that was like a necessary part of advancing in this game. Wait, what apartment do we need to go to? One of these damn notes. Apartment 9. Oh, Jesus. Come on, babe. Not while I'm fighting creatures. This is so overstimulating. You don't know what I have going on in my ears right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. He's looking sweet. He's looking very calm.
He is. Exercising.
Yeah. Was he stretching out?
Yes, stretching. Huh?
5. He's got really nice skin.
I know. Look at how hydrated he is. He's a hydrated king.
He is. Okay, I can't go any higher here. Oh, the snake.
He's so healthy now, you guys. It feels so good.
He's flicking his tongue around like nobody's business.
We're gonna start, or I'm gonna start his 6-foot enclosure now that
Yeah, he's getting a bigger cage.
Yeah. So I'm gonna work on the climbing wall first, and it's gonna be bioactive. He's gonna love it. 'Cause he loves moving around. It's like his favorite thing to do. He also loves to dig.
Yeah, he's been burrowing so much. It's kind of weird. Okay, I'm looking for apartment 9, but I'm not seeing it at all. Can I crawl in that? Yes, I can. Dirt snake. He is being a dirt... It's weird. Well, like, because obviously snakes are active at night. So, we'll check on him either in the middle of the night or the next morning. And there'll be all this shit, all the substrate will be, like, up. And you can see these, like, tunnels that he's made. And it's like, what the hell? I'm certain now it's coming up. It's coming from that apartment upstairs. I keep telling them, why won't they do something? It's unbearable. I can feel it seeping into my skin, pushing itself into my lungs. Okay. Bad neighbors. Is that interactable? I mean, this one looks like it wants a key. And I'm at the limit with how far I can go up these stairs, right? Do the cockroaches or the big bugs in this, do they even hurt you? I feel like I'm being a bit excessive with how viciously I'm stomping them. Okay, that's where I'm at. What is that? The keys? Keys are in here. Well, I see some keys lying on that desk. Can I just... I could totally reach in there and grab the... No, those aren't keys. Those are cigarette butts. Nice. Apartment 5 left his key. Says there's a leak from upstairs. Gotta check it out. Oh, it's all good. I can help when I'm done. Pretty soon. We spent I was doing like more troubleshooting of this game than I wanted, but I think I'll stop when we get to next save point. Yeah, that was a really odd angle of his translucent hair. Okay. Now we get to discover the source of the leak. Oh, shit. I can hardly read any of this. And then she came and washed it all away. It started to make sense again. It's this place. I can't fight it. Gotta get my head straight. Quick stop at Texan, then we're going. Okay. I think this is the source of the leak. This is the source of the leak. Just watch your hardcore death WoW. Rip. Ever playing WoW again? Yeah, definitely. I've been playing it a little bit. A little bit last year. So, I just stick my hand in it? Dude, you do not need to do that. Okay. Oh, the jukebox button. Someone in chat was mentioning that. Now you just gotta get the button. I would have never suspected, like, that's what's keeping us from playing this record. Is a little square piece of plastic. Yeah, gold ruby. Button! Someone left a D10 in the glory hole. I did think it was a dice. It kind of looked that way. Oh! Okay, that was kind of a jump scare. And it seems like we're all getting our cortisol spiked today. He says he needs it when you looked at the jukebox. Oh, yeah, well, that makes sense that I wouldn't have paid attention to that at all. All right, before we go back, let's really quick inspect this Happy Burger because it's been capturing my attention for years. And I got a health drink. Okay. I don't like that. Wait, oh, there's two. Oh, okay. Can I just leave? I'll just leave. Later. Yeah, that chatter definitely had zero, like, good intentions. They were a freak. They absolutely knew what they were doing. Alright, guys. Let's set up this jukebox. What? Okay. Nice, okay. I'm figuring it out. Inventory. The vinyl. I got the button. So we're doing all this to just listen to some sweet music. Some sweet, rare music. Oh, and now we got to get coins. Dude, I have been collecting coins. Okay, well, I'm still going to save it. Next time on our list, you guys need to remind me, next time we play, that I need to go searching for coins underneath, like, I don't know, like sofa cushions and stuff. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the coin. Yeah, we'll play some tomorrow, I think. We'll play maybe, like, I don't know, an hour. We'll see. We'll see what the music / media Monday holds for us. I like it so far, though. It's good. It is giving old game in the same way that like when I was going to play like Max Payne, like it's giving me similar vibes, but yeah. Thank you guys. I'm sorry, Han and mods, for the weirdest creatures coming through today. But thanks for being here. We're gonna be doing more of the custom connections. You can find it in, what do we have here? I think we currently have 3 new ones, it looks like. But if you want to post more, I'll be doing that later in the week. And, yeah, it'll be fun. Thank you, Girthy Quaker. Good, because I already made another one. Yeah, it's in the Discord, the Maximum Damage Discord. We'll link it in the chat. Super appreciate you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Or do you fucking hated mine? I think I did, yeah. I think I did. But, you know. It was hard. All right, later, guys. Bye-bye.